112. Recording in progress.
I'll allow a moment of silent prayer or meditation. Thank you very much. You may take your seats. Honorable delegates and honorable members, I would like to remind honorable delegates that rules, in particular sub-rules 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103 would apply today. Honorable delegates, I've been informed that there are no notices or motions without notice. I would therefore like to take this opportunity to welcome the Honorable Minister for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Minister Slabisa, the Deputy Ministers for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, permanent delegates, MECs, all delegates and SALGA representatives who are in the House, as well as those who are on the virtual platform. You're all most welcome. It's always encouraging to have such high-level participation in the NCOP. Honorable delegates, we shall now proceed to the first order of the day, and that is the consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Security and Justice and the Portfolio Committee on International Relations and Cooperations on the draft SADC protocol on the Regional Parliament of 27 June 2025, and this report was ATC'd on the 30th of June 2025. I therefore call on the Honorable J.S. Mananiso, the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, to present the committee report. Honorable Mananiso, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable members and Honorable Minister or DMs, welcome to the House. Fellow South African, I here want to present to you this SADC protocol on the regional parliament. As the Select Committee and International Relations, we did respond to this matter within the time frame that we were given, because we do have an appetite of ensuring that there's unison and there's full participation in terms of parliamentarians with regards to the region. I want you to take note that we dealt with significant of SADC protocol in advancing regional integration, and the role of parliaments in this process was highlighted. Members strongly called for a transformation of the SADC regional parliament to gain legislative powers. Members recommended that the SADC parliament must evolve into a binding lawmaking body over time and have oversight powers over peacekeeping missions, trade, and human rights. Honorable members, we emphasize that we need more of comprehensive descriptions of parliament structure, clearer timeframes of committee sittings, and processes for members' removal, including provision for oaths of office and financial oversight. The SADC parliament could be more comprehensively described so that there's hierarchy structure, the membership of and the numbers of the various committees, the way persons are to be removed or the fillings of vacancies, and the events that such occur. We need to make sure that this is systematically detailed in the document as presented. And currently, as we speak, in terms of the protocols, this matter was absent, but hence we want to make an emphasis that there is a need of this speculation. The document be restructured to provide for members of parliament, then the offices of parliament, then the bodies of parliament and its duties. And that articles that pertain to those broad headings be grouped thereunder. We have made input that the bodies of parliament to include a dedicated youth caucus in the SADC parliament structure, including the involvement of persons with disability and the LGBTQI issues. On the issues of LGBTQI issues, we said that this protocol must indicate that there should be inclusion of marginalized and vulnerable groups. The involvement of women as well should be part of those committees. Honorable members, there were no timeframes prescribed, as I said, for the sitting and standing committees. While the executive committee is provided to sit twice a year, it's unclear how often standing committees are going to sit. So we called for specifications in terms of the cities. It was unclear as well in terms of the sessions of those committees. All the sessions of the plenary assembly are going to be open to the public and all the media. In the interest of transparency and facilitating transparent democracies, it is proposed that be inserted that all sessions are in fact open, because this is about parliament. The draft protocol is silent on the process for the removal of members in the event of anything such as misconduct. It is proposed that reason to be removed, members to be removed, be considered and included in the document. There aren't any oath of offices prescribed for any membership to the SADC parliament. It is proposed that these be included. Article 26 includes a provision for immunities and privileges. It is proposed that there be a further subclause that includes the waiver of those immunities and privileges in a certain instances, and that the draft protocol itself prescribe those instances. Article 35 provides for withdrawals. It is proposed that an automatic withdrawal provision be inserted to ensure that if a member state withdraws at any point from the SADC treaty, then its members of parliament, their membership is terminated with the SADC parliament automatically. Honorable Chairperson, as the Select Committee, Article 18 provides for organs in capitals to determine their own rules of procedures. It is proposed that there must be an enabling provision for the plenary assembly to regulate its own rules and procedure. There must be provision for a rules committee the way the draft protocol is structured. Every committee is going to be prescribed its own rules as it is so determines. It is preferable that there be actual rules committee that prescribes rules for the parliament. Article 13 provides for a regional parliament model laws oversight committee, but that committee is not actually going to provide for the rules and processions of the SADC parliament. It rather provides for the oversight of member states' performance in implementing SADC model rules and policies. Deputy Chair, Article 17 provides that all decisions are taken by consensus, and in an event of such failure, there's a simple majority. It is proposed that consideration be given that the decision that warrant a two-thirds majority, such as the election of a president or a vice president of the plenary assembly, as well as the Secretary General, be considered. So this is where we made an input as well as the committee. Article 23 provides for the Secretary General to prepare the approval of the plenary assembly, the financial rules and regulations for the management of financial affairs of the SADC Parliament. It is noted, Honorable Deputy Chair, that Secretary General is also the accounting officer of the SADC Parliament, so it will be prudent to ensure that our external rules of financial regulations that are applicable to avoid self-imposed regulations of the Parliament be weaker. That could be prescribed if any other sector. It's further proposed that there be oversight of the financial planning and expenditure of the SADC Parliament, which an institution SADC to ensure there are necessary checks and balances. We further said, Honorable Deputy Chair, it was also noted that there are SADC financial regulations, and therein SADC is defined to include its institutions. It should be clarified within the draft protocol that those regulations are going to be applicable to it. Deputy Chair, honorable members, it is proposed that consideration be had to whether there should be any relationship between the SADC Parliament and Pan-African Parliament and Parliament of the Regional Economic Communities and National Parliament. And if so, that a clause be inserted to provide for their cooperation. As I conclude, Deputy Chair, it was proposed that an interpretation clause be inserted to regulate the way the protocol is to be interpreted and the way to do so. This is the submission, and it was adopted by honorable members, these particular protocols. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable delegates, that concludes the presentation of the report. I now put the question before the House, but before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations in terms of Rule 86, if they wish to do so, and each province will have a maximum of 3 minutes. Let me see if there are any provinces that would like to make a declaration. I see the hand of Free State. Honorable Hatebe.
Honorable Chairperson, permanent and special delegates of the NCOP, Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers, SALGA representatives, and fellow South Africans. I rise today to make a declaration in support of the report of the Select Committee on Security and Justice regarding the protocol to establish the SADC Parliament. This is a seminal moment in deepening and strengthening of the regional parliamentary engagement and integration within the SADC community. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to begin by providing an important contextual background to this process. The protocol to the SADC Parliament was referred to by the Minister of International Relations, inviting us to deliberate and enrich this historic move to transform SADC Parliamentary Forum into a fully fledged regional parliament. The Minister's correspondence was not merely procedural. It was a call to exercise our collective wisdom in shaping the future of the regional parliamentary democracy. This request was not treated lightly. It was tabled and deliberated upon in the meeting of the PGIR of the 13th of June 2025. For the benefit of the House, let me remind the members that the PGIR is a statutory structure of Parliament established in terms of the Joint Rule 165 of the Rules of Parliament. Its mandate is very clear: to provide policy and strategic direction on Parliament's international engagements, including its relation with other parliaments and international parliamentary organizations. It is precisely on this basis of this statutory provision and mandate that the PGIR resolved at its meeting to refer the protocol on SADC Parliament to the Select Committee on Security and Justice, as well as the Portfolio Committee on International Relations on the side of the NA. The objective was to invite detailed submissions and inputs to enrich and strengthen the protocol, to ensure that our national and regional interests are fully realized within the institutional framework. Honorable Chairperson, both committees undertook their mandates with diligence and patriotic zeal. They made critical inputs that have further enriched the protocol. Honorable Mananiso has touched on the inputs and submissions made by the members during the committee deliberations. Honorable members, the transformation of SADC Parliamentary Forum into a regional is not a mere administrative alteration. It is a bold step that unlocks tangible benefits for all member parliaments. The SADC parliaments will advance the principle of proudly African, regionally united, fostering a strong sense of shared purpose and collective destiny across the Southern Africa. The SADC Parliament will play a pivotal role in holding regional institutions to account, thereby safeguarding the interests of our people and ensuring that regional commitments translate into tangible benefits. In conclusion, Chair, as the Parliamentary Group on International Relations, after due process and wide consultation, we are firmly convinced that the establishment of the SADC Parliament is a historic opportunity which we must embrace. We therefore declare, as the PGIR, our support for the report of the Select Committee of Justice and the adoption of the protocol on the SADC Parliament. We urge this House, through it, the people of South Africa, to stand in solidarity with the neighbors by endorsing this protocol, thereby advancing the cause of regional unity, democracy, and development. In so doing, we reaffirm our commitment to the ideals of Pan-Africanism, to the unity and development of Southern Africa.
Thank you,
through
Honorable
establishment
Adebe.
of democracy through robust parliamentary engagement.
Thank you
Ke a
very
leboga, Ndulafumo.
Thank you. Are there any other provinces that would like to make a declaration? Okay, I don't see any other hands. So therefore, we now put the question to the vote and call upon provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, the heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or they abstain. I shall start with the Free State.
We vote in favor, Chair.
Thank you. Eastern Cape.
We vote in favor, Chair.
Thank you. Gauteng.
Thank you, Chair. The province of the Home of Champions votes in favor.
Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal.
Chairperson, the province of KwaZulu-Natal votes in support of the report.
Thank you. Limpopo.
Chair, the province of Limpopo vote in support.
Thank you very much. Mpumalanga.
Chairperson, the province of Mpumalanga vote in support.
Thank you very much. Northern Cape.
Thank you, Chair. The province of the Northern Cape vote in support. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. Northwest Province.
Thank you very much, Chair. Northwest Province supports.
Thank you. And the Western Cape.
Chair, the Western Cape will support.
Thank you very much. Honorable delegates, the voting is now closed. And I can announce that all 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, we shall now proceed to the second and third orders of the day, and that is the policy debate on Budget Vote 3, Cooperative Governance Appropriation Bill B16 of 2025, and policy debate on Budget Vote 15, Traditional Affairs Appropriation Bill B16 of 2025. I now call upon the Honorable V.F. Slabisa, the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, to open the debate. Honorable Minister, you have 20 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson of the session, Chairperson and members of the committee, members of the Provincial Executive Committees, honorable members, Deputy Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Prince Bans Ngamashe and Honorable Masimula, the Chairperson of the National House of Khoisan, of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, Chairperson of the Demarcation Board and its members, the President of SALCA, the Directors General for DCOC and DTA, the CEO of MISA, the Organized Labor, IMATU and SAMU, fellow South Africans, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to present Budget Vote 3 of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Vote 15 of the Department of Traditional Affairs to this House, which is an honorable House. Our presentation today takes place under the heavy weight of grief and devastation. Just 2 weeks ago, our nation experienced one of the most heart-wrenching disasters in the recent memory. As we all recall, on the 5th of June 2025, the South African Weather Services issued an impact-based early warning alert for all parts of our country, which included heavy rain, snow, and strong winds. In response, all provinces activated their contingency plans, putting disaster teams and fire rescue services on high alert. The Western Cape, Eastern Cape, Free State, and KwaZulu-Natal provinces were affected. Still, the Eastern Cape endured the greatest impact, suffering from torrential rains that unleashed widespread devastation. Districts such as Nelson Mandela Bay, Chris Hani, and OR Tambo bore the brunt of this catastrophe. These floods did not merely wash away homes and infrastructure. They tore through the very fabric of families and communities. Families lost everything in a matter of hours. Sadly, over 100 South Africans, including children, parents, and grandparents, lost their lives. Thousands more were left homeless, schools were submerged, clinics destroyed, and the roads became rivers of despair. The pain is unimaginable. On behalf of the Ministry and the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, we offer our condolences to every grieving family and to every person who has lost not only a loved one, but also a sense of stability and hope. May the souls of those that passed on during this disaster rest in peace. Due to the scale of loss and the need to unlock specific interventions, I authorize the National Disaster Management Center to officially classify this catastrophe as a national disaster. We are now urgently working to support the affected provinces and municipalities, not just in words, but with the resources they need to recover and rebuild. Funding mechanisms are being activated to ensure we can provide the necessary support. Technical teams have already been deployed through the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent to assess the damage to roads, bridges, water and sanitation systems, and other essential infrastructure. This tragedy unfolds as South Africa is honored to chair the G20 in 2025. Within that, as COCTA, we are leading the G20 Disaster Risk Reduction Working Group. Earlier this year, we successfully hosted the first technical meeting in KwaZulu-Natal, a province that itself knows the sting of disaster all too well. Next week, we will host the second technical meeting at the Sentin International Convention Center in Johannesburg. Here, member states and knowledge partners will gather to chat the way forward on global disaster risk priorities. The key focus areas of our working group include: 1, ecosystem-based approaches and nature-based solutions for disaster risk reduction; 2, disaster resilient infrastructure; and thirdly, disaster recovery, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. These focus areas are more than just abstract policy themes. They are lifelines for the future. They are the answers we seek when we ask, how do we prevent the next floods from becoming a national tragedy? How do we become vigilant so that no child has to die because a scholar transport was washed away? How do we ensure communities bounce back stronger, not just to survive? In the spirit of Ubuntu, we will not face these challenges alone. Through the G20, we learn from the world and share our experiences. The allocated budget for vote 3, cooperative government, amounts to 410.9 billion rand over the MTF period, with 96.7% earmarked for intergovernmental transfers and support to entities. This significant investment will enable us to implement critical initiatives that deliver tangible and measurable improvements in the lives of our people. For vote 15, traditional affairs, the appropriated budget for 2026, 2025, 2026 amounts to 195.593 million, of which 24% is earmarked for transfer and subsidies, including a dedicated allocation for the Commission for the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Communities, a Chapter 9 institution. One of our key focus areas is the comprehensive review of the 1998 White Paper on Local Government, a crucial step towards a focused and fit-for-purpose local governance structures that will result to efficient service delivery. This review is a testament to our collective commitment to addressing the challenges facing local governance and shaping a future that aligns with the aspirations of all South Africans. Launched on May 19, 2025, the review emphasizes the need for local governments to adapt to a changing world characterized by urban growth, climate changes, youth unemployment, and digital transformation, while embracing collaborations with traditional and Khoisan leadership institutions. This review significantly influences governance, community engagement, and socio-economic development. It reflects the government's commitment to improving local governance and service delivery, which are vital for effective democracy and citizen satisfaction. We prioritize the inclusive engagement by ensuring all voices, especially those historically silenced, are heard. We aim to provide marginalized groups like informal traders, women, youth, traditional and Khoisan leaders, and rural communities with the opportunity to participate. The review aims to create a modern local governance system that will foster capable, ethical, and innovative municipalities, ultimately improving lives and strengthening democracy. We initially set to make submissions to be 30 June 2025, but in response to requests for more engagement, the date has been extended to July 31, 2025. Our goal is to develop a responsive local government system that meets the needs of all South Africans and deliver quality services. We have made a great progress in implementing targeted interventions in distressed municipalities. These interventions include infrastructure maintenance and development support, enabling municipalities to address basic service delivery backlogs in water, electricity, roads, and sanitation. We are also advancing critical policy and legislative reforms that lay the foundation for long-term stability and improved governance. Our interventions are guided by careful assessments of municipal needs, and we are committed to ensuring that our support is effective and sustainable. Honorable members, as you will know, the Interministerial Committee focused on the municipal audit outcomes has prioritized 10 distressed municipalities for focused support and intervention, and we have achieved the following outcomes. 1, outstanding debt resolution with ESCOM and water boards. 2, enforcing funded municipal budgets. 3, improving governance structures and financial management. And 4, developing and implementing a sustainable municipal turnaround strategies. We reiterate that for us to make an impact in addressing the challenges at the local government sphere, we should eradicate working in silos as espoused by the DDM model. The DDM remains our flagship intergovernmental planning, coordination, and service delivery strategy. Through the DDM, we are bringing all 3 spheres of government around one table to address the specific challenges across the 52 spaces of districts and metros. This past Monday, we, along the DDM champion, Minister Gayton Mackenzie, and the Western Cape Local Government Minister, Mr. Bradel, visited the Garden Road districts in Western Cape. This visit was an opportunity to engage with the district leadership, stakeholders, and communities, fostering honest dialogue and collaborative problem solving to gain insight into the lived experiences of our people. Our budget strategy introduces a package of targeted and differentiated interventions guided by careful assessment of municipal needs. We have identified 30 priority municipalities requiring support and our intervention. The Municipal Infrastructure Grant 6B will accelerate critical infrastructure projects, ensuring value for money. We have allocated 493.8 million to support this initiative in the 30 municipalities that have been identified. The integrated urban development for growth nodes will enhance urban planning and infrastructure investment. To support this initiative, we have reallocated 244.7 million from the MIG to Integrated Urban Development Grant, strengthening municipal systems and district development model will enhance intergovernmental planning and budgeting. The Municipal Systems Improvement Grant will rise from 151.1 million in 2025-26 to 165.3 million in 2027-2028, supporting municipalities in improving their systems. We are finalizing a municipal debt relief framework with the National Treasury to help municipalities manage their debt and enhance the financial sustainability. When it comes to the Demarcation Board, on the 3rd of April 2025, I launched the ward delimitation process in Mpumalanga, led by the Municipal Demarcation Board. This initiative includes public consultation across all the 9 provinces from April to June 2025 for independent ward delimitation. It is vital to respect the MDB's independence and ensure that the process remains free from external influence. We urge all South Africans to actively participate in shaping their communities through the process of the Municipal Demarcation Board. When it comes to policy and legislative reforms, in our commitment to rebuild and strengthening local government, we are pursuing a comprehensive agenda of policy and legislative reforms. Our legislative and policy priorities will include the following: Independent Municipal Demarcation Authority Bill, Local Government General Laws Amendment Bill, Local Government Municipal Structures Amendment Bill, also referred to as the Municipal Councils Bill, Intergovernmental Monitoring, Support and Interventions Bill. And in addition to these bills, we are going to be working on professionalization and competency frameworks in all local government spaces, including municipal prototype, staff establishment, and remuneration review. When it comes to customary initiation, the implementation of the Customary Initiation Act is in progress and is moving forward very well. The implementation of the Traditional and Khoisan San Leadership Act, as we all know, faced a legal battle when the Constitutional Court ruled that the parliamentary public participation process was flawed, and as a result, the act was declared unconstitutional and invalid. COCTA has engaged the Constitutional Court, which has fortunately agreed to extend the validity of the Act to 29 May 2027. We are optimistic that the Parliament will meet the deadline of 29 May 2027. In relation to their Majesties and the Queen's Council, following the establishment of the Government of National Unity, the Ministry of COCTA prioritized supporting traditional and Khoisan San leadership to enforce their roles in community. We have successfully managed to establish the forum for all the kings and queens and principal traditional leaders in South Africa last year. And early this year in March, we also successfully established the Queen's Council to support their Majesties and lead the initiatives for social cohesion and socio-economic development within the traditional communities. I am pleased to announce that for the first time in 30 years, the Minister of Finance during the budget speech pronounced that there will be an allocation towards supporting infrastructure for our royal palaces. The Deputy Minister, who is delegated the function, will lead the engagement with the National Treasury to deal with modalities in line with the provisions of Section 30, subsection 2D of the PFMA. The National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leadership, our engagement is at a very good space, and we are looking forward to advance the good cause of our traditional and Khoisan leaders. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, we are working in ensuring that the Commission of the Khoisan San matters complete its work in terms of the recognition of the Khoisan San leaders in our country. I therefore, Chairperson, in the spirit of unity and purpose, I formally submit the consideration by this esteemed House, Budget 3 of the Department of Cooperative Governance, as well as Budget Vote 15 for the Department of Traditional Affairs for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you for that presentation. We now move on to the chairperson of the Select Committee, and that is the Honorable Kaunda, who has 15 minutes. Honorable Kaunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of the NCOP, Honorable Minister of COCTA in the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Hlabisa, Deputy Ministers, Dr. Masimula, as well as DM Ngamasha, Inkosi Ngamasha, members of the NCOP, the president of SALCA, organized labor, and members of the public. I greet you in this afternoon in the name of Freedom Charter. Chairperson, the committee met and engaged the presentation which was made by the Department of Culture and Traditional Leadership and Khoisan leadership before the select committee. And there were considerations and observations that the committee had to make. But since the report is in details, I'm going to skip some of the issues that are raised there. Honorable Chair, this report will certainly be presented in the spirit of the words echoed by one of Africa's greatest son and revolutionary, Amilcar Cabral, when he said, and I quote, "Hide nothing from masses of our people. Tell no lies. Expose lies whenever they are told. Mask no difficulties. Failures. Claim no easy victories." I close quote. We draw inspiration from the Freedom Charter, which was adopted 70 years ago in Kliptown. The people shall govern. Hence, the objects of local government in Section 152 of the Constitution, where it says the objects of local government are to provide democratic and accountable government for local communities, to ensure the provision of services to the communities in a sustainable manner. So the purpose for this report is to inform the National Council of Provinces about the departmental strategic plans, annual performance plans, budget estimates, and support given to municipalities through their consideration. Honorable Chair, the committee observed that the Select Committee has expressed serious concern during its engagement with Auditor General regarding the 2023-2024 audit outcomes in local government. Despite uploading the departmental strategic plans and the annual performance plans, goals and planned targets, particularly review of white paper on local government and the funding for municipalities, which we have a firm belief and conviction as a select committee that is going to inject growth and also ensure that municipalities are performing in a manner that is envisaged. The select committee has noted that poor audit outcomes in municipalities have been caused by governance failures, a lack of accountability, and a lack of consequence management in some aspects. The Select Committee has also observed the Auditor General that has reiterated the recommendation from earlier general reports that all stakeholders in the ecosystem of local government accountability should consciously and urgently strive towards a culture of performance, accountability, transparency, and institutional integrity. The Select Committee has expressed serious concern about the inadequate implementation in municipalities of the Auditor General's previous recommendations to professionalize and capacitate local government, establish a culture of ethics and accountability, and create competent institutions with intergovernmental support from all branches of government. The Select Committee also observed that Eastern Cape, Free State, Limpopo, Northern Cape, and Northwest, where the Auditor General has brought forward these findings, also had poor audit results. The Select Committee observed that inadequate planning, a lack of expertise, and poor financial management have resulted in unauthorized spending and unfunded budgets, which in turn has contributed to poor financial management and consequence management, unsatisfactory audit results in local government. We further observed that municipal councils have done nothing to those that have shown these signs to hold municipal officials and leadership accountable. This was most evident in cases where councils failed to adequately address unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditures and inefficient or underspending. And when senior management and municipal officials did not do anything to address AG's conclusions and recommendations. The Select Committee also observed the Auditor General had sent material irregularities notices under the Public Audit Act to certain municipal managers concerning the cost effectiveness of consultant appointments, project delays, and unutilized infrastructure grants and underperformance, non-adherence to procurement laws, wastewater treatment, water resources. Therefore, we have raised the following recommendations: that the premiers and Provincial Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and Provincial Treasuries, the coordinating institutions, must create and strengthen measures to lessen municipalities' excessive dependence on consultants. Secondly, that the coordinating organizations that I've mentioned must provide a thorough report outlining the reasons behind and the next steps for addressing the substantial sums that provincial departments owe local municipalities, which add to the financial burdens of municipalities. That consequence management be put in place, and that coordinating institutions that I've mentioned above develop and implement strategies to stop recurrence by municipalities from submitting unfunded budgets. That the coordinating bodies, which we have highlighted, should create policies to improve financial management in local government to increase revenue collection. These policies should include limiting the usage of ring-fenced charge services, reducing the use of revenue collected assets, such as unmetered sites or illegal connections, and expediting local municipalities' audits of indigent registers to make sure that those registers do capture the residents that are deserving. That during the second and third term of the 2025th legislative session, the MECs of the Northwest, Eastern Cape, and Northern Cape provinces, as well as the Department of Cooperative Governance Regional Affairs, will brief the Select Committee on Section 47 reports under the Local Government Municipal Systems Act. That the Minister of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, by Section 134 of the MFMA, work with the MECs of local government and the South African Local Government Association to offer post-audit support interventions to municipalities following Section 154 of the Constitution to address the problems brought up by Auditor General. That the South African Local Government Association, the National Department and Provincial Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, and the National Provincial Treasury and Provincial Treasuries and other institutions should bolster their oversight duties in order to guarantee the operation of the municipalities' oversight committees. That the municipalities in Eastern Cape, Limpopo, Free State, and Northwest be assisted by coordinating institutions which include those departments so that they are able to be responding to the Auditor General's issues. That the framework on professionalization on public service, which was approved by Cabinet in November 2022, be implemented by national and provincial departments of cooperative governance and traditional affairs, as well as South African local government, in order to guarantee appointment of qualified and capable officials in the municipalities. That the National Treasury, Department of Cooperatives, and all those coordinating structures will have, in partnership with South African local government, will guarantee the functions of the disciplinary financial disciplinary boards and the Municipal Public Accounts Committee, the MPACs, through capacity building programs to guarantee accountability, consequence management, comprehension of laws, and the correct existence of governance documents. That district development model should be institutionalized and implemented by accountability ecosystem. That in order to help municipalities improve their audit results and lower number of disclaimers, audit opinions, the Department of Cooperative Governance, in partnership with the Provincial Department of Cooperative Governance, should expedite the implementation of the record management projects in a few chosen municipalities as per the APP of the department. That the Department of Cooperative Governance submit reports on eThekwini, presidential district development model, and other pilots projects, including the presidential working groups, both in eThekwini and in Johannesburg. That Section 48 report on the state of local government in accordance with Local Government Municipal Systems Act of 2000 set requirement be presented to the NCOP. In order to implement intergovernmental local government capacity building framework, ensure compliance with SPLUMA and make sure the municipalities meet the competence requirements. List of municipalities in priority disasters areas that will receive assistance in implementing a disaster management strategy to prevent, prepare for, and mitigate an adaptation on disaster risk through the climate change challenges that we are experiencing. The white paper on local government and funding model for municipalities should be reviewed expeditiously. That the local municipalities should create internal capacity to deal with criminality, and the water tankers must be insourced where possible to deal with the phenomenon of water mafias. That the Expropriation Act must be used by local government to address apartheid-era urban spatial planning in order to make land accessible to the public. To guarantee that local government is ready for preventative actions and can promptly repair infrastructure during the floods. That the local government needs to develop their internal capacity instead of relying on consultants. That this fiscal year, the Department of Public Service and Administration is expanding the professionalization framework to local government. The goal of the framework is to guarantee suitability and reliability of public employees. Hence, there is a bill that we are busy processing on the expansion of the role of the Public Service Commission to also work in municipalities. That government is implementing human resource modernization technologies to address the issue of ghost workers. The Select Committee should plan meetings with departments to ensure that they give an update on the implementation of the strat plan. We also observed that the Select Committee has also observed that the Department of Traditional Affairs 2025-26 annual performance plan will continue to monitor the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act of 2019, implementing and make sure that customer initiation is carried out safely by Customary Initiation Act of 2021 over the medium term. The Select Committee also observed, in accordance with the provision of the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership, the department's annual plan calls for tracking of advancement of principal and senior traditional leadership in the customary laws of succession and genealogies of royal families in 8 provinces annually over the coming years in order to prevent disputes and claims. The recommendations also include that the Select Committee, that the Department of Regional Affairs should provide a provincial breakdown of the dispute claims of traditional leaders, including nature, challenges, and progress. Quarterly progress reports on the execution and accomplishment of yearly goals as outlined in the department yearly performance plan and budget estimates. That the Department of Regional Affairs should fast-track processes of enabling in Parliament the legislative amendment to the Customary Initiation Act. That the Department of Traditional Affairs should assist traditional leaders to lead the way together with local government on improving the lives of the people by ensuring availability of land, especially on land use management, ensures cultural practices are done legally concerning human rights as well. That the budget is drawn, there should be serious consideration of increasing the budget of traditional leadership department, because looking at the magnitude of the work that they're supposed to execute, what is being allocated, Honorable Chair, is minimal. So therefore, we considered all these reports, and the committee in majority agreed with the report and accepted and supported the budget
that they budgeted for money they do not have. Empty promises wrapped in political propaganda. And who suffers? You, the ratepayers, because you care about your street, your town, your city. You love South Africa, but those political delinquents sit comfortably in their offices while you bear the cost. Of these 116 municipalities, 68 have submitted unfunded budgets for 3 consecutive years. The Auditor General warned Parliament that this fiscal recklessness has become systematic. Unfunded budgets are illegal under Section 18 of the Municipal Finance Act, which required all municipality budgets to be based on realistic, anticipated revenue. Failure to comply triggers Section 1395, mandatory interventions under the Constitution. Yet these illegal budgets continue with zero accountability. The 2023-2024 AG report confirms 81% of municipalities with unfunded budgets increasingly incurred unauthorized expenditure. 58 ran on operating deficits, and many manipulated old and irrecoverable debts. Minister Majola is haunting me here with our English. Many manipulated old, irrecoverable budgets to appear funded. The collapse of local government stems from political leadership that simply doesn't care. We welcome the Minister of Finance's intention to evoke Section 216(2) of the Constitution, read with Section 38 of the MFA, to withhold July 2025 equitable share and conditional grants from 39 persistent non-compliant municipalities. So here, Minister, you have an opportunity to bring life to your commitment that every municipality should work. So how do we solve this crisis? With basics. Real-time monitoring of revenue collection. Early warning systems for deficit and cash flow issues. Professionalization of senior financial roles, and direct political accountability for overspending and irregularities. This is not a funding crisis. The crisis is of political will. The solution doesn't lie in a new funding model. It lies in the government crisis. Municipalities cannot continue with these illegal budgets, ignoring the AG, warning and evading consequences. What is missing is leadership, lawful financial management, and not policy smokescreens. South Africans deserve budgets that deliver real services, roads that can be driven on, taps that can deliver clean water, electricity that stays on, infrastructure that work, not politically convenient fiction. And yet CFOs, HODs have not been dismissed for unauthorized expenditure. No mayor has been held accountable. No measurable improvement has been seen since the AG's audit outcome. Instead, we see governments that knowingly budget for failures and then abandons communities to suffer the consequences. On 29 May 2024, the people of South Africa made it clear, we do not want a one-party dominant state. That system is what led us to this crisis. To stabilize local government, the DA have submitted 2 private members' bill, the Municipal Threshold Bill and the Coalition Bill. These address electoral seat threshold and coalition dynamics to prevent instability. Electoral threshold limits the 1 or 2 parties from becoming kingmakers that destabilize government, as seen in the Johannesburg's ANC EFF PA coalition, which had 6 mayors since the last government election. The coalition bill regulates frequent no motion of confidence to prevent like political stunts like the flip-flop party and the Fazili Derby district municipality, a shining example of district governance in the Free State.
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable Skriokoko, could you take your seat, please? On what rule are you standing, Honorable Barnos?
Thank you, Chair. Rule 68.
Yeah, go ahead.
Chair, it seems like the breakers in the House are not happy with what the builders are saying. So can you just ask them to respect the speaker and let us all hear him, please?
Now, allow me to chair this. Allow me to chair the session. Honorable Skriokoko, could you go back? Continue.
A shining example in the Free State. There, after Mafube local municipality failed to drill 6 boreholes with their MIG grant, the DA-led Fazili Derby district municipality under MMC Mulek drilled 12 boreholes with the same budget. These bills will bring much needed stability to local government. The crisis extends beyond council. It reaches those that as mandated under Section 154 of the Constitution to support municipalities. In May 2025, it was revealed that provincial departments owe 12.4 billion in unpaid municipal accounts. These debts remain unaddressed and continue to grow. According to the Auditor General, 186 municipalities are affected. Many of these debts are over 90 days, some over a year. Provincial governments can withhold millions, no consequences, and still sleep peacefully. But if an ordinary resident miss one payment, their lights are switched off. Why? Because they are not politically connected or part of the comrade circle. Despite our calls for provincial departments, no heed is called to them to account. No payment plans have been received, and no Provincial Finance Management Act Section 86 charges have been laid. Meanwhile, local municipalities are left to drown because provinces refuse to pay them. This is intergovernmental sabotage. Provinces are freeloading of municipalities. Therefore, we welcome the President's confirmation in this House last week that Section 101A of the Constitution should be invoked to issue directives to provinces to allow local government to fail under their watch. Chairperson, it's time for action, not another year of excuses. Local government must be reformed. Clear, informed Section 139 interventions through proper legislation and defined terms of reference, not politically expertise. Implement consequent management to fast-track accountability. Urgently pass the coalition and electoral threshold bill, and stronger enforcement for the Auditor General and Chapter 9 institution. Under traditional affairs, we welcome the progress, but call for more. We commend the establishment of the King Foreman, which had opened a valuable channel of coordination. We welcome the review of the Customary Initiation Act and call for a dedicated South African police unit to combat illegal initiation schools. The deaths must end and prosecutions must increase. The withdrawal of the United States aid for funding like Right to Care threatens the safety of boys' initiation schools. The department must allocate immediate domestic funding, especially for the winter season. Traditional governance must never be an afterthought. It is essential to rural development, social cohesion, and cultural dignity. Chairperson, we warned of the collapse at the start of this administration. And Minister, we agree that you inherited a car with 2 flat tires and no steering wheel. But your initiative to review the white paper on local government is a step in the right direction. We must now commit to make local government work, because it's the sphere of government that touches the lives of South Africans every single day. The ratepayers of South Africa, you deserve no more excuses. You deserve clean water, working roads, functional clinics, and safe communities. That's the job of local government. This House must act because local government is not a distant institution. It is your street, your tap, your light switch, and your dignity. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Skriokoko. We now move on to the next speaker, and that is the Honorable MEC Mamabolo. We welcome you back to this House. Honorable Mamabolo, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me, on behalf of the province of Gauteng, which is led by Honorable Premier Panyaza Lesufi, deeply extend our sincere greetings to the entire leadership of the House, led by the NCOP National Chair. Let me take the opportunity, Honorable Minister, both the Deputy Ministers that are here, and of course, all the colleagues, the MSCs across the length and breadth of our country, the entire leadership of the House, honorable members, SALGA, councillors, all the guests, and everybody acknowledged by the Honorable Minister. Honorable members, allow me first to convey our heartfelt condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of the head of corporate and forensic audits in the city of Ekurhuleni, Mr. Mpho Mafole, who was shot dead on Monday this week. We call on law enforcement agencies to speedily bring to book and arrest those who are responsible and ensure that the full might of the law prevails and the killers rot in jail. May the spirit of Mpho Mafole rest in eternal peace. Honorable members, let me upfront state categorically and without any shadow of doubt that the Gauteng Provincial Government fully supports the budget vote of COCTA, and would like to take this opportunity to call on the entire House and all honorable members to support this very important budget. It will be very strange if any party, any member were to deviate from a very profound address made by the Minister and, of course, the Chair of the Select Committee, Honorable Kaunda. I must thank both of them for a very strategic and correct line that as Gauteng Province, we fully embrace and endorse and appeal to the House to do so. Let me also say that both the Minister and Honorable Kaunda, and of course I had a call of some air or heat, but I think in the last few minutes we've had a lot of hot air. Not sure what exactly was being said, but I think let's remind the House that the Honorable Member of the DA who came before me, he gave some bit of hot air. But let me take this opportunity to remind the House that we just celebrated June 16, and of course the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter. And we are definitely looking forward to the celebrations of the Nelson Mandela International Day on the 18th of July this year. Honorable members, as I said, the two speakers, the minister and the chair of the select committee, have made our job very easy. And it is in this context that, Honorable Minister, I would like to thank you for choosing our province for the hosting of the white paper on local government. And I must thank you for extending the deadline for submissions, and our province is ready to submit. And thank you, Minister and the Deputy Ministers, for the white paper engagements. We would like to thank you. And the launch was quite outstanding, and we would like to congratulate you for that. Let me also take this opportunity to indicate that just on Saturday, past Saturday, we were with the Honorable Minister, where we were promoting disaster management initiatives in the city of Joburg. And I'm quite sure, Minister, this has laid a very solid basis when your leadership again, together with the deputy ministers, will be in full swing when we'll be hosting the G20 Disaster Risk Reduction Working Group meeting, which our province will be hosting. We also, of course, acknowledge Honorable Dr. Masemula, the work done during the launch of the cleaning campaign with the Deputy President Mashatile, that you correctly and so well presided over, and I would like to thank you for that. In our province, honorable members, I'm pleased to say that we have launched a province-wide turnaround strategy in October 2024, and we are pleased to report to the House remarkable and significant progress that has been made to laying a solid basis for the complete turnaround of the municipalities. We have deliberately adopted the approach of promoting and elevating support to our municipalities, and have very consciously decided to promote positive cooperative intergovernmental relations over and above conflict-ridden tension and hostile relations between municipalities and the rest of the spheres of government. Honorable Minister, you have correctly indicated some of the interventions that support the leadership in line with this perspective, and we welcome, Honorable Minister, the presidential intervention in the city of Joburg, where the spheres of government, national, province, and the municipalities are working together in line with the district development model to make sure that we can bring the turnaround of the city of Joburg. And to this extent, honorable members, I'm very much pleased to announce that as a province working with national government, working with the city of Joburg, we have just seconded Mr. Kiba Kekana, currently employed in the Department of Cooperative, to act as the city manager in the city of Joburg. This is critical and important to strengthen governance and, of course, to work with the presidential working group that is hard at work, 3 spheres of government doing great work in the city of Joburg. And we wish Mr. Kiba Kekana well. He's an experienced and very seasoned local government practitioner and expert, and has served in various capacities in the city of Tshwane, in Salga, and currently is the chief director in our province. We wish him well. We congratulate the city of Joburg. They've already received him, pledged their support, and we are very grateful that the good work to stabilize the city has started. And Minister, this goal that we have achieved, had it not been because of the leadership of your department and the Director General, I'm quite sure we could still be battling. Honorable members, the principle you have laid in this House of the 3 spheres of government working together, I must say, this is a very profound principle, and I wish everybody in this House could follow the work that the rest of government is doing to give practical meaning to the principle of the 3 spheres of government working together under the principle of the district development model. Honorable members, in our province, we have already established the water IGR. It has helped us to avoid what was profiled as a complete shutdown of the water systems in the in the province, so-called Day Zero, working together as the three spheres of government, Department of Water and Sanitation, Rent Water, all the municipalities in Gauteng, we have managed to deal with this matter, whilst, of course, we have got challenges in the province. On community safety, and of course, the security of the people, we have signed a province-wide MOU allowing cross-boundary law enforcement operations led by Premier Panyaza Lesufi, and this is working very well. We have established IGR structures across, and just yesterday, together with the city of Tshwane, we visited Nkosi Mahlangu and Kgoshi Kekana, the two houses of traditional leaders in our province. Let me just end by saying to the member who really puffed a lot of hot air, the member of the DA, that when you invent a crisis in your head, dream of a crisis and talk of municipalities that have collapsed because you dreamt so, be careful of a very problematic syndrome known as the self-fulfilling syndrome, a self-fulfilling prophecy, where you start to act and behave in accordance with the prophecy you made. That is very dangerous.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And I want to thank the Honorable Mamabolo for recognizing the good outcomes of the three spheres of government, because I know he was there when we had our first session last year. You were there for the three spheres launch, and you see the value in that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Honorable members, we now move on to the next speaker, and that is Honorable Kesa, who has 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. Greetings to the Minister, greetings to the DM, the DG of Traditional Affairs, honorable members. The reality is that both the Department of Cooperative Governance and the Department of Traditional Affairs have experienced budget cuts. DCOG has seen a baseline reduction of 1.3 billion, with an overall reduction of 15.8 billion over the midterm, impacting provincial and local government conditional grants. The Department of Traditional Affairs also faced budget reduction of 5.8 million, a further marginalization of a department through which our people interact with government. Government does this due to fiscal constraints and the need for fiscal consolidation. And we know, and you can go on to research, honorable members, as to what are these two concepts prompted by in terms of the international conglomerates that have controlled South Africa since their arrival in South Africa in 1652, and the Dutch East India companies in terms of development and underdevelopment and perpetual underdevelopment of local government, and therefore the amount of monies that are allocated, prompting that local government must continue to be underdeveloped, and uneven underdevelopment that is perpetual is prompted to a larger extent by those monies that we owe elsewhere, and this is hence these two concepts. And then then we must convey our heartfelt condolences to the 102 lives that have been lost as a result of a reactional system and a chronic institutional failure. You know, our people must not fail, must never be made to bear the brunt of an institutional failure in South Africa. Must never. If a system fails, it must continue to deliver to its people. Chairperson, the EFF, and therefore, Chairperson, we actually applaud the intervention of the Commander-in-Chief of the Emancipation Movements and the progressive king in King Willem Ekhaya, who did not react, who actually did not react, but was preemptive in their approach in terms of directly being in contact with the victims. And that should be the approach of a government that is caring, to say the least. Chairperson, the EFF rises on this difficult debate of the budget vote of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs to express our deepest disappointment and revolutionary anger at the continued betrayal of the masses of our people by this failing government. The state of local government in this country is no longer a crisis, but a humanitarian disaster. Chairperson, just last month, the Auditor General released the audit findings of local government for the financial year 2023-2024 fin year. And as the EFF, we are vindicated in our criticism, as it is now evident that for all to see that there is no improvement in local government. The majority of municipalities have collapsed as challenges in local government remain. Despite several engagement and advocacy year after year, the collapse of municipalities signifies the collapse of service delivery, water infrastructure, roads and sanitation infrastructure. In terms of Section 10 of the Constitution, it cannot be, Chairperson, accepted at this point in time that we're still speaking to this issue of sanitation, of the lack of sanitation, because South Africa is coming from a difficult path in terms of the lack of dignity. What is more concerning to note is how the collapse of local government is deliberate and is made possible by underfunding. Unless the fiscal framework is revived, local government will continue on the downward path of collapse. We therefore reject the budget of COCTA as this department, like many others, stands as a victim and an instrument of the neoliberal austerity project of the 7th administration. Minister, the department must expedite the decentralization of the offices of the MDB to avoid surprises in the delimitation of wards like they did in 2021. This is to directly be in contact with our people. Ensuring institutional capacity in municipalities, institutional memory to guard against staff turnover. MISA must effectively deal with the recruitment and the insourcing of artisan engineers from TVET colleges, particularly in the rural provinces like Mpumalanga. Municipalities in our oversight of Free State found the so-called ratepayers. The ratepayers who are white, the chairperson will attest that these people do not want to invest in the municipality, yet they want the municipalities in Kopanong to be viable. So there is no sense of self-contradiction from a point of view of arrogance of being white and a ratepayer in a municipality, whereas there are other people who have been deprived. You come as a ratepayer and you say, I'm not going to go, and you can do that you can take your money to Switzerland and other areas. I think that the democratic process. But weak municipal infrastructure and inability of MMCs must be looked at to deal with the need to strengthen the infrastructure in municipalities. Chairperson, austerities through numerous cuts below inflation allocations across department and its entities are a cause for harm and basic services, which adversely impacts the lives of our people. And as the EFF, we have stood here on this platform and many other platforms and denounced the assumption that municipalities are able to collect revenue to fund essential services. The assumption is false and misleading, as the majority of our municipalities are not financially viable. The assumption that municipalities will somehow miraculously fund essential services is misguided, must be properly represented in the review of the white paper on local government to increase allocations from 9.5% to 14% of the fiscus to municipalities, increasing allocations to 88.4 billion of the revenue raised nationally, thus reflecting the satisfaction of the needs of the people than the satisfaction of the markets and commodification of services. Secondly, we reject the budget as it expects municipalities to perform miracles without resources while being responsible for over 30% of the service delivery mandates, including water, sanitation, roads, refuse removal, disaster and emergency services, and human settlement support. The 2023-2024 MFA audit outcomes also paints a bleak picture, and more than 4 billion was spent on consultants, many of whom duplicate the work of internal staff. We were shocked by the findings that state that municipalities spend significant financial resources in hiring consultants to assist them with preparing financial statements for audit. In 2023-2024, 219 municipalities spent a combined 1.47 billion on financial reporting consultants, with 130 of these municipalities still submitting financial statements that had errors in the areas where consultants did work, indicating that the spend was not effective. Additionally, ghost employees drained the public purse, while action plans to address audit findings repeat the same mistakes and fail to deal with the root causes. Municipal tenders are awarded to family members, friends, and politically connected individuals, and in some instances, councillors are often found with their hands in the cookie jar by the Auditor General, a clear demonstration that cronyism and nepotism remain systemic. Chairperson, local government loses billions of rands each year because of poor decision-making by this department, coupled with neglect and corruption. We therefore plead with SALGA, as the representative body of local government, to carefully monitor the irregularities committed by councillors, political and administrative meddling, the municipal standard charts of accounting compliance, and the review and the annual review of the integrated development plans. SALGA must advocate for public blacklisting of serially non-compliant contractors who harm service delivery timeframes of completion of projects, fully adhering to the project's life cycle that is coupled with project monitoring and evaluation to track quality and value for money. Furthermore, Chairperson, we register a concern at how municipalities are continuously trapped in court cases and drowning in debt, while the 62.4 billion, which is owed to municipality by government departments and the private sector, could deliberately be utilized to offset the debt payment or settlement to ESCOM and water boards. It is of great concern that the disaster response is also collapsing due to the significant decreases as climate change, flooding, and fires become more frequent in municipalities across the country. In Ligwa, Govenbeki, Dr. J.S. Muroka, Tabashweu, Dipalising, Sukalikwa local municipalities in Mpumalanga, the state of Section 139 provincial intervention is a stark improvement. What is more tragic is that, under the watchful eye of the minister, corruption has been institutionalized. Through tender interference in municipalities such as Dipalising local municipality, where there is currently an investigation of 53.8 million irregular payment and a 100 million loss tied to corrupt tender corruption. These matters are highly concerning, Chairperson, as they are root causes of the unwanted expenditures, which harm the financial health and stifle the service delivery of residents. In Mpumalanga, for 2024, 6 municipalities are officially under distress, showing political instability and administrative failure, while 5 are formally under Section 139 administration due to institutional collapse that cannot be used against residents. In the face of all challenges faced, the EFF recommends municipalities must insource all workers and stop outsourcing water, waste, and security services, and therefore commodify what is a constitutional right of our people. Minister, end the use of consultants for basic services. Employ municipal engineers, planners, artisans permanently. Zone land for industrial parks owned by municipalities. Establish municipal land redistribution units. Lead a corrupt, free, and accountable government without fear of victimization by the state agencies. Build state and government capacity which will lead to the abolishment of tenders. Localized industrialization to create sustainable jobs. Self-sufficient and self-sustaining municipalities. Support traditional traders with trading spaces, storages, and finance, as municipalities must buy locally, hire locally, and ban tenders to relatives and of councillors and staff. In terms of vote 15, amakhwenkwe ndiyawabona afuna ukweluka, afuna ungena kwicala le-DA, ayombela wayachocha amakhwenkwe ngapha ngasentla kwaRentawule. Sizawasa ke ngoku thina xa ethatha le platform afika athethe ipolitics zawo apha angathethi kwi-governance. Siyakwazi ukuyenza loo nto, sinawo amakhosi akwazi uyenza loo nto. Furthermore, Chairperson, traditional affairs cannot be allowed to get a reduction at any time. I mean, the traditional leadership is government, actually. And our people interact with them all the time in terms of their needs, in terms of land, in terms of the allocation, in terms of the services, in terms of the programs of the department, in terms of dispute resolution, in terms of everything that has to deal with that institution. And therefore, we propose that having reported deaths of over 400 initiates, Section 11, Chairperson, of the Constitution guarantees the right to life in terms of the Bill of Rights. And the Minister will lobby you that you must act, and you must act firmly in terms of securing the lives of our children who are going through this passage. And by establishment of what we call National Initiation Regulatory Authority, which will require health inspectors, trained surgeon, and real-time monitoring as way of curbing deaths of initiates. We are also concerned about the lack of standardization of salaries and benefits for kings, queens, and traditional. Let me speak to this just a bit, Minister. You know, a king, if in a village, and if in a village, kusweleke abantwana, and therefore you are left with a child head at home, abo bantwana ngabe king. Kutheni ke ngoku, and then that king has to take over, right? That household and adopt those children and take them to school. Where is the money that's going to be dedicated to these children when they go to universities? Why is it that you are not scrapping because the kings are not flying all the time? So we're going to speak very passionately about it because we are from traditional communities and we are here because of them. And therefore the human value, which is not a speculative value like money, Chairperson, the human value says that the teachers that taught you, the traditional leaders that grew you, that groomed you up, the doctors that made you feel alive today, is this because of human value that must be safeguarded for the satisfaction of the needs of people over markets and commodification of the needs of the people. It can't be that a government, every time we are dealing with matters, it must tenderize an issue. It can't be that every time we are having a disaster, then there's tenders that should be issued out in terms of that disaster, as though the government is eating on the pain. Therefore, the department must give us a report in terms of the last disaster of the Eastern Cape. They must give us a report on the irregularities that they found. They must give us a report in terms of what consequences, so that every time this government does something, is tenders, what am I going to benefit about it? Whereas people must benefit, must be at the forefront of the advancements of a developmental state. Please, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kaza. Siyabonga, Mnumzana uKeza, ngenkulumo oqeda ukuyithula apha. Ngiyathemba ukuthi izwakele kulabantu kumele ku. Umuntu isikhulumo esolandela manje kuzoba ilunga elihloniphekile umphephetwa wakwaZulu.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister and MECs that are partaking in this process, and members of public, honorable members, I greet you. Sihlalo abapendwanga labantu bamhlophe nje yikho bezohlala benihlupha angazi ukuthi nani thina enzani. Today I rise to speak about nothing but service delivery related matters. Any developmental state is measured by its ability to make meaningful impact to its citizens and by changing societal ills. Elevating austerity measures to appease the market against the vulnerable citizens erodes the interventionist role of the state and leads to failures to effectively change the lives of citizens. We declare upfront that we reject this budget vote on the following grounds. Proctor acceded that the budget is insufficient to address environmental factors at play. This August House had and has an opportunity not to adopt the budget consistent with the empowering provisions in the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and the Related Matters Act. Empowering this House to recommend, reject, or amend the budget of the National Department and organs of states. We call upon this August House to support the citizens and vulnerable communities by rejecting this money bill, for it won't change their lives. Glaringly from the APP is that the performance indicators and output have no alignment. There is disjuncture between the causal factors and effects. In most instances, the APP uses subjective terms like efficient and effectiveness as an outcome. Performance contracting parties at a level of service delivery will subjectively enter into performance contracts that are not able to commonly advance the organizational goal. How can you measure efficient and effectiveness, as that may mean different things to different people? In some instances, the outcome is couched as receiving report. So what? How honestly can the receiving of report be an outcome, as it is not an end to itself? The decrease of the budget for traditional leaders is deliberately done to weaken the effectiveness of traditional leaders institution by GNU. The overall desired outcomes of the plans will not tilt the scale in favor of the owners of the land. It can no longer be accepted that Section 211 and 212 of the Constitution are left unchallenged. We are not here to conform, we are here to radically change this institution. So to the benefit of a black child and the authority of Amakosi. In this regard, we shall work towards changing the notion of subjecting the customary law as subordinate to the Roman and Dutch law influence. Persisting to make traditional leaders as window dressers at the local level within municipal structures must stop. Siyezwa ke kuthiwa khona labo nje bekhanyelanga abako DA bathi bafuna ukubona amakhosi ngapha ngasemnambithi. Angeke niwabone nawu amehlo kankumlomo ningakalibuyisizwe. Notably, the plan and the budget then shall not respond positively on recurring AXA audit outcomes, which include inter alia governance failures, inadequate institutional capabilities, and accountability and consequence management. Planning to react, not to prevent, dominates the plans. Setting a target to 38 distressed municipalities attests to this fact, whereas far more than 38 municipalities are on the verge of being distressed. There are no cogent strategies in the plans to limit and or prevent use of consultant at the level of municipalities, whereas it is one of the highest cost drivers, amounting to 12% of the total financial reporting cost of 12.5 billion. On municipality infrastructure, Mr. and the department considered that the prioritization of the targets is informed by budget constraints, insufficient investment is done. This shows that the plans will not deliver the impactful outcome to the people. Like many others, Ms. Busisi Wenzama, a person with disability and a pensioner from Lamontville, will not see the sewage floods in her home address. Neither will Machabeng municipality, and others will eliminate sewer spillage to Nashua Velcom. This has been a case since 2021, and recently the municipality was found to be in contempt of court and fined 250,000 for failure to address the infrastructural challenges. Many cases are there and also are following. The project of replacing underground infrastructure pipes, for example, in Majameng municipality alone, it is said it will cost 1.6 billion. When you look at the money that is to be spent, we can definitely see that this government is not willing to address many of these challenges. Imagine throughout the country, water infrastructure exceeds 50 years of their lifespan, and there are a lot of leakages all over, but investment is not taken as a priority. The budget vote ought to be rejected for its concern with austerity measures, not the lives of our people. Notwithstanding the issue raised by AXA relating to capacity, like the mismanagement and the return of unspent monies by most municipalities to Treasury. For example, unspent 640 million was returned to Treasury by Mfuleni municipality, despite the reports of collapsed infrastructure and sewage crisis, which has haunted residents for years. The plans are couched in a manner that are not responsive and preventative on the recurrence of this problem. And whereas municipality in the Northern Cape returned 93 million grant to Treasury, instead of the department focusing on preventative measures, including capacity challenges, it relies on the application and invocation invocation of the reaction provisions of the Constitution, Section 106, Section 154, and Section 139. We respectfully submit that MISA must submit to this council the state of public infrastructure nationally. Furthermore, the plans do not control mechanism to eradicate corruption, irregular expenditure, unauthorized and wasteful and mismanagement that have reached pandemic level in municipalities. Umzinyati, for example, has paid a dubious to a contractor Poch 5.7. Agwazange bethathelwe ngisho nenyathelo. Uyeka Duguza, systems are not even considered to be part of these plans. What Duguza nje imali zabakhokubentela 37 million was defrauded because of weak systems by these municipalities, and these plans are just not helping to deal with that challenge. SADC is not helpful either, because even when people are raising an alarm in terms of Section 106, they just keep quiet, keep mum, because this matter affects officials and councillors. They think they are an extended kind of political arm of the GNU. On the white paper, we note the review of the white paper on local government. However, we submit that such requires an intense public participation, and we need to be radical on what we intend to achieve. We believe it will make some proper intervention. Lastly, Chair, we want these plans to be retracted because they are not couched in a manner that are going to be able to deal with service delivery challenges. You will be like putting the money in the drain. We need that the department do away with the tendering of water supply. That may stop the water tankers, mafias, and switching on and off of water in Soweto by those agencies of COJ. What I'm called.
We have 3 minutes still. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mpepetwa. The next speaker on the platform is Honorable Greg. Over to you, ma'am.
Agbare huisvoorsitter, een debat is nie genoeg om te sê wat gesê moet word oor samewerkende regering nie. Indien daar nie indringend in ons munisipaliteite ingegryp word nie, gaan ons munisipaliteite nie net op die afgrond staan nie, maar hulle gaan oortuimel, soos baie reeds gedoen het. Die statistiek is skrikwekkend. Die minister se eie verslag in Oktober van 2024 het gewys dat 66 munisipaliteite in nood of municipalities in distress geklassifiseer is as. Tans is daar meer as 43 munisipaliteite wat onder een of ander vorm van artikel 139 intervensie is. En dan is daar talle onder 106 ondersoeke wat of voorrade dien, tans in ondersoekfases is, of wat aan die SIU oorhandig is. En dan praat ons nie eers van die doemende ouditeur-generaal verslag, wat enkele verbeteringe aandui, maar eintlik meer bekommernisse uitwys nie. Politieke onstabiliteit in rade is op 'n nuwe breekpunt. Dienslewering is besig om in duie te stort. Die agteruitgang is daagliks tasbaar. Die verval is so erg dat na talle klagtes aan die Menseregte Kommissie in die Vrystaat daar 'n provinsiewye ondersoek geloods is oor dienslewering in die provinsie. En die bevindinge was skokkend. Senekal het tussen 2 Mei en 18 Junie van hierdie jaar slegs 8 dae se water gehad en hulle tans weer nie. Parys het sedert 23 April wat hulle noem load reduction en inwoners is gelukkig as hulle 'n uur voor die tyd daarvan in kennis gestel word. So kan ek aangaan oor welkomse regulering wat staat maak op honeysuckers en nie 'n infrastruktuur het nie, of na 'n munisipaliteit wat speaker, CFO en MM loos is. Of ek kan vertel van Mokaka, wat versuim het om 'n ondersoek te las oor geskorste MM en nou na 15 maande in hofgedinge ter miljoene rand weer met dieselfde MM sit. Of gister in Mangaung Metro Raad, waar die raad goedgekeur het dat grond wat gewoonlik 10 tot 15.000 rand per hektaar aangekoop moet word vir 186.000 rand. 10.000 rand versus 186.000 rand, dis belaglik. So kan ek vertel van Noordwes en dat Mamusa nie teen Maandag sy begroting goedgekeur het nie, of Tabazimbi in Limpopo wat deur hierdie huis 9 maande gelede ontbind is, waar daar down the line 'n forensiese ondersoek en 'n skills audit moes plaasvind en dit is steeds nie gedoen nie. So kan ek elke provinsie een vir een deurgaan en hul unieke probleme lys, maar my 7 minute is ongelukkig nie lank genoeg daarvoor vandag nie. As of 25 June 2025, municipalities owe Eskom 95 billion rand, and it is estimated that this amount will grow by 3 billion rand per month. From 2019 to 2024, the debt to water boards grew by 151%. This is not taking into account the infrastructure backlogs. So let's take one example, Johannesburg, they've been in the news, and I don't think we realize how bad this is. Water infrastructure backlog, 27 billion rand. Road backlog, 154 billion rand. Electrical infrastructure backlog, 170 billion rand. When looking at this, The 493.8 million rand redirected to support 21 municipalities in distress really is just a drop in the ocean. Though the department acknowledges that the focus must now shift from volume of expenditure to effectiveness and efficiency of spending, it is worrying that this focus has not been there from the beginning, and one wonders why municipalities seem to collapse. It should be clear, judging from the department's strategic plan and annual performance plan alone, that municipalities are biting off more than they can chew. The current system has become too centralized and too far removed from communities it's meant to serve. Decision-making is concentrated at the top, while local residents are left to deal with the consequences of failing service delivery and poorly run municipalities. It is clear that this model no longer works. Real authority and responsibility must be returned to communities themselves, where people understand the needs on the ground and can act accordingly, and accountability is far more likely to take place. Die hersiening van die wetskrif oor plaaslike regering word verwelkom. Vir te lank het die regering homself blind gestaar aan die argaïese idee van hoe plaaslike regering werk. Nou moet die regering net sy eie raad en verslag van 2014 van die oorle voormalige minister van samewerkende regering, meneer Provincial, bewys het. Ons het kleiner enkeldorp munisipaliteite nodig wat dienste na die gemeenskap toe bring, waar 'n aslorry nie 100 kilometer een rigting hoef te ry, net om vullis in die munisipaliteit se boundaries te gaan verwyder nie. Dienslewering moet nader aan die grond wees. And let's just be honest about this. The 151.1 million rand allocated to support the DDM is a farce. The DDM does not work. Reports have found this. Practical experience has taught this. I do not know why we are holding on to such an idle dream. Unless we realize that the power of service delivery lies within our communities and in our towns, we can throw millions into the DDM without success. Voorsitter, munisipaliteite gaan moet strenger begrotingsbeheer toepas, toelaas moet geringfens word, daar moet aanspreeklikheid wees, maar hierdie departement gaan moet begin moniteer en daadwerklik seker maak dat hy munisipaliteite bemagtig om op hulle eie voete te staan, sodat hulle nie net altyd bakkant staan vir nog meer geldjies of nog meer ingryping nie. Ek dankie.
Baie dankie, agbare Brett. The next speaker on the platform is going to be Honorable Bansi Namashe. Over to you, sir.
Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, honorable members of the NCOP, Honorable Minister Hlabisa and Deputy Minister Masemula. Let me pay my respects and salutations to our esteemed royal leaders, officials from COCTA, fellow South Africans, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for granting us the opportunity to address this august House on this occasion of the 2025-26 budget vote debate of the Ministry of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. In joining the Minister to table the budget vote of the Department of Traditional Affairs under Vote 15, as well as calling upon members of the House to support it. It is indeed my humble privilege to contribute to the tabling of budget vote 3 and 15 on cooperative governance and traditional affairs in this august House. I would like to start by echoing the words of the Honorable Minister and convey my heartfelt condolences to the people of the Eastern Cape who were befallen by the catastrophic calamity of disastrous floods, which caused unprecedented deaths of young children and old people, more than 100 lives lost in a spare of 2 hours, and also left a trail of massive damage to infrastructure. As the Ministry of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, we continue to hold hands with the Provincial Government of the Eastern Cape and other role players in addressing the aftermath of this disaster and in assisting the people of Eastern Cape to be back on their feet. The Eastern Cape has been a hotspot province in terms of customary initiation deaths in the past years. From December 2024 to February 2025, together with the Eastern Cape MEC for COCTA and the Eastern Cape PICC, the COCTA Ministry held engagements with all levels of traditional leaders in the province to mobilize traditional leadership to play an active role in customary initiation and to perform the statutory functions conferred to them by the Customary Initiation Act in their areas of jurisdiction to realize zero customary initiation casualties. These engagements included meetings with the Eastern Cape Kings, senior traditional leaders, headmen, headwomen, Contralesa and Rolesa. The outcome of these engagements was the Eastern Cape PICC Customary Initiation Intervention Plan, adopted by the Eastern Cape traditional leadership for the implementation from 2025 winter initiation season and beyond to achieve zero fatalities and casualties. Sadly, we already have 2 fatalities. Over the last few weeks, I have been on the ground in the Eastern Cape as part of our ongoing monitoring of initiation plans and practices. This builds on the work we have been doing during the previous financial year. For instance, during 2024-25 financial year, in addition to the Eastern Cape OR Tambo district, the department identified other hotspot districts for customary initiation deaths, amputations, and illegal schools, which also required awareness campaigns. Therefore, during 2024-25 financial year, we conducted initiation awareness campaigns on the provisions of the Customary Initiation Act in the OR Tambo district of the Eastern Cape, Wujanalo district in the Northwest Province, and Sekhukhune district, Limpopo, focusing on clamping down on illegal initiation schools. The department will, in this financial year, working with all initiation role players, conduct further awareness campaigns in specific hotspots districts of the Free State and the Eastern Cape. Provincial governments have been requested to adequately resource the PICCs to be able to conduct inspections and monitoring of initiation schools in the hotspot areas, and to support traditional leaders to take ownership of the practice and join hands with the PICCs to address initiation-related challenges within their areas of jurisdiction. There are also calls to the COCTA Ministry for the amendment of the Customary Initiation Act to strengthen the powers of NEOC, PICCs, and roles of traditional leaders in dealing with the challenges of customary initiation schools, illegal schools, and other anomalies within the customary initiation sector, and to close the gaps identified in the Act in the past 4 years of implementation. From 2025-26 fiscal year, we will be consulting with the stakeholders for submission of their proposed amendments to the Act, and we will use the proposed amendments to start reviewing the Act in the 2026-27 fiscal year. In the current administration, the COCTA Ministry will strengthen our cooperative governance mechanism to fight this challenge by engaging the relevant national ministries, health, police, justice and constitutional development, basic education, social development, women, youth, and people with disabilities in sport, arts and culture, National Prosecuting Authority, SALGA, as well as our provincial counterparts. The department will continue to collaborate with South African Police Services and National Prosecuting Authority to support the National Initiation Oversight Committee and the Provincial Initiation Coordinating Committees to strengthen law enforcement and ensure that those contravening the law with the customary initiation sector are arrested and successfully prosecuted. One of the albatross, which is an elephant in the room that continues to raise an ugly head, which blemishes the credibility and integrity of the initiation of the institution, rather, of royalty is the question of the disputes in traditional leadership. Honorable members, we continue to be worried by the rising trend of unabated, consistent proliferation of traditional leadership disputes in our communities. Not only does it destabilize the institution and its functioning, but it also brings it into disrepute. We've previously conveyed our commitment to encouraging and facilitating the development of genealogies and customary law of succession. We believe that these laws will introduce a much-needed element of certainty and practicability in leading succession and thus minimize leadership disputes. We've therefore developed guidelines to assist royal families with the documentation of customary law of succession and genealogies. In addition, the department has a project to facilitate and support royal families for kingship, queenship, to document and signing off the customary laws of succession. The challenge is that some royal families are hesitant to sign off on the documented customary laws of succession because they are not legally binding and mandatory to be submitted to the president or premiers for the recognition of an identified successor. The ministry will explore the possibility of introducing enabling legislative provisions to make this mandatory and legally binding to each royal family through the traditional and Khoisan leadership bill process. In ensuring that we mold and breed a capable and ethical leaders in terms of the human capital development that is fit for purpose, we believe that traditional leaders as public office bearers must be provided with capacity building so that they can continue to be a key role player in ensuring that their work is done with a sense of efficiency. This is one of the projects that equips them with knowledge and skills to perform their duties as outlined in the legislation. We are also deliberate and intentional in migrating royal houses and their communities from a state of chronic overdependence to a state of self-sustainability, leveraging on the natural resources in the proximity of their reach. In this regard, as part of our commitment to ensuring that development reaches our communities in a meaningful way, the department has continued to play a critical role in monitoring the implementation of social and labor plans projects in collaboration with the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, since this was a pilot project working with the Department of Minerals and Petroleum, the focus was on KwaZulu-Natal, Northwest and Limpopo, and we are looking forward to work with all the provinces where there's mining. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is going to be Honorable Badenhorst. Over to you, sir.
Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, fellow South Africans, good day. There's a simple truth that echoes from every township street, every leafy suburb, every rural gravel road and every urban ward meeting. Government is only as real as a service at your doorstep. When the taps run dry, no one blames a distant national policy. When sewage floods a home, no one cites a strategic framework. When a car tire bursts hitting a pothole, no one calls for another national talk shop. They look at their local municipality and they ask, where's my councillor? Where's my local government? Local government is not just the closest sphere to people. It is the first responder to their daily needs and often their last line of hope. It is where the constitution becomes concrete, where promises are either poured into pavements, pipelines and effective governance, or lost in potholes, paperwork and election grandstanding. And so I say without hesitation, to those peddling empty promises and fistfuls of 100 Rand notes at by-elections. If you want to unlock true economical potential and restore dignity to your communities, then you need to start at ground level by making local government functional, accountable, and fiercely effective. We will get back to that just now, Honourable Chair, as there are some great examples of this in one of South Africa's provinces. And that's not according to me, that's according to the Auditor General. Fellow South Africans, this budget vote of the Department of Cooperative Governance lands at a pivotal moment in South Africa's democratic trajectory. The budget is shaped, yes, by fiscal strain, but more fundamentally by a crisis of delivery and trust in municipalities across our country. Yet it also presents an opportunity to learn from what works, to scale successes, and to empower citizens through capable, clean, and constitutionally sound local government. Honourable Chair, today I rise not only to critique, but to offer a constructive blueprint. That blueprint comes from a corner of South Africa where municipalities work, not because of miracles, but because of method. I cannot stand here and mislead this House, Honourable Chair. The Western Cape is not perfect. But compared to other provinces, the Western Cape performs. While most provinces are trapped in a cycle of disclaimers and debt, the Western Cape leads the country with 87% of its municipalities achieving unqualified audit outcomes and a staggering 66% receiving clean audits for the 2023-24 fiscal year. Compare this to provinces like the Free State and the Northwest, which have zero clean audits and are mired in repeat disclaimers. The contrast could not be sharper, honourable members. Let us unpack the success. In the Western Cape, expenditure effectiveness is not measured in rands, but results. This budget vote, at over 410 billion rand across the medium-term expenditure framework, of which 96.7% goes to intergovernmental transfer, must no longer be judged by what it allocates, but by what it achieves. In the Western Cape, we spend our money on purpose, not on cater consultants. 24 out of 29 municipalities submitted high-quality financial statements without having to rely on audit corrections. This means the fundamentals are strong. Officials understand their books, apply their policies, and monitor their infrastructure spend proactively. Take Langeberg Local Municipality, which has sustained a clean audit since 2018, despite political instability. That is mainly caused by unreliable coalition partners. But it shows a strong administration, stable leadership, and institutional discipline can transcend political turbulence. Institutional stability is not optional. It is a fundamental prerequisite for effective governance, sustainable development, and public trust. Chairperson, you cannot deliver basic services when your municipal manager changes more often than certain political parties' cadres dodge accountability hearings. In the Western Cape, 10 municipalities with clean audits has municipal managers who have served more than 5 years, and the same applies to chief financial officers in 8 municipalities. Let that be a lesson. Stability breeds accountability. But sadly, so many municipalities have become symbols of what happens when coalition chaos and cadre deployment trump competence. The time has arrived for the introduction of municipal bills to stabilize councils, stop motions of no confidence games, and protect the dignity of service delivery. Honourable members, water, jobs, and infrastructure is the golden trio that turns broken promises into thriving economies. Let's talk about infrastructure. The Department's Municipal Infrastructure Grant and Municipal Systems Improvement Grant are vital building tools. But these tools only build when used with care for the right reason. While some municipalities cannot spend their grants and others spend their grants on salaries for unproductive staff, the DA-led municipalities apply, absorb, and build. For instance, honourable members, the Oeverstrand, Stellenbosch, and Swartland municipalities consistently achieve above 95% in infrastructure grant expenditure, delivering roads, water, reticulation, and sewer upgrades on time and on budget, not just for ratepayers, for all the residents. This is by no means magic. This is what happens when procurement is clean, project management units are capacitated, and mayors and their MACO members understand spatial development plans better than party manifestos. One of the many examples of this is Drakenstein Municipality, where the DA has championed a pioneering approach to infrastructure-led growth. Through its wastewater reuse project, Drakenstein is attracting private sector investment to build a circular water economy, supplying recycled industrial water to local businesses while freeing up potable water for households.
Chairperson. Point of order, Chair. I rise on 61(1)(b). Deliberate make a statement which the delegate knows to be a lie. They're not delivering services to all the people, only to the rich ones. Thank you, Chair.
All right. All right. Over to you, Honorable Baringhorst, you can respond to.
Let it be known, Chair, that the Democratic Alliance do not hand out 100 Rand notes at by-elections to buy voters. This is how you create jobs and sustainability, not with rhetoric, but with reservoirs and reticulation. Unfortunately, the community work program, once a promising idea, has lost its way. In this budget, the participant base is shrinking from 255,000 to 200,000. Many of the current 67,000 participants are in limbo, caught in audits over enrollment irregularities. The DA proposes a shift away from ghost stipend work to community employment enterprises, municipal-led cooperatives that maintain parks, repair infrastructure, and receive performance-based support. Let us not perpetuate poverty wages as a false solution to unemployment. In the Western Cape, municipalities like Drakenstein and Mossel Bay have pioneered youth work programs, where participants not only gain stipends, but apprenticeship certificates, work references, and finally exit into permanent employment. Have a look at the Western Cape employment figures compared to the rest of South Africa. This did not happen by accident. Chairperson, if we want to empower, we must equip. If we want dignity, we must deliver purpose, not just pay slips. Honourable Minister, the time has come for the DA to show you their best practices, which can be embedded nationally. Merit-based appointments, performance-linked contracts, not deployment on a political basis. Transparent supply chain management, open tenders, digital platforms, and full publications of awards. Monthly budget reporting, as per the MFMA, with public dashboards accessible to residents. Clean audit culture. Internal audits must be capacitated and audit committees must sit monthly. Citizen accountability tools, service request apps, participatory budgeting pilots, and ward-level transparency platforms. This is not theory. This is the Western Cape reality. But it should be the reality in South Africa. And if you want to see a tale of two cities, look no further than Johannesburg and Cape Town. In Joburg, after years of backroom deals, collapsed coalitions, and a revolving door of mayors, service delivery has all but disintegrated. So much so that the president himself had to step in, embarrassed by the state of South Africa's commercial capital. In stark contrast, honourable members, Cape Town continues to deliver water security, integrated transport, energy resilience, and job growth under stable governance, using the best practices I've just referred to, guided by principle, not by panic. Honourable Minister, to support you, the DA stands ready with working models, trained officials, functioning municipalities, and tested policy to help us to up and turn local government from a site of collapse into a springboard of community revival. The road to recovery does not start in a boardroom in Pretoria. It starts in towns like Bedasdorp, Saldanha, Oeverstrand, where local leadership is ethical, budgets are balanced, and residents get more than empty promises and half-hearted excuses. So I say to the Minister in this House, take the lessons, follow the money, and let local government rise, not with words, but with works. Let us build, not just budgets, but belief. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
And you're the only one who doesn't beat members extra 2 seconds. Well done.
Thank you, Honourable Baringhorst. The next speaker on the platform is going to be Honourable Mabebu from Bukoni Pirim.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greeting to the Minister Tlhabisa, Deputy Minister Namani Masemola, Deputy Minister Prince Bans Ngamashe, Salga representation. Honorable Chairperson, our country has traveled a long road since the democratic dispensation of 1994. As a people, we have displayed our collective resilience as we have traversed a racial inequality which created first and second-class citizens in the land of our birth. We have witnessed the rise and fall of apartheid and birth of a new nation designed for all of its citizens, a nation that respects the rights, dignity, and humanity of all regardless of race, gender, or nationalism. Amid these successes, we have crafted as a people, new challenges emerge as the world is going through changes. Globally, that would have been the new world order since the end of Cold War has been showing signs of collapse. New emerging powers have sought to challenge the notion of the new world order. African countries have not been excused by the evolution of the world. As all these changes happen, they remind us that whatever we do as individual countries, we have to consider the world, and the world too must consider us in all its actions. Honorable Chairperson, members might confused by these opening lines, given that we are here to debate policy as the NCOP. However, this conduct is very important so that in our thinking, we do not lose sight of our objective, particularly those set out in the Freedom Charter that the people shall govern. We do not operate in a vacuum, but in a world that constantly demands us to adapt and evolve too. This simply yet fundamental phrase must occupy the center of our thoughts. It must inform the way we govern, the way we spend money, the way we do oversight and enforce accountability, especially as this House, the National Council of Province, our role includes looking out for the interest of the provinces. Our presence here is as a result of vouchers we have received from our people because they want this House to have their interest at heart. Chairperson, to better represent the interest of our provinces, we need to have much more deeper understanding of political, economical, and social makeup of our country. This is why the context I set up earlier is vital, because it helps us understand where we come from and the context in which we exist today. One could argue that South Africa has two systems of government that exist side by side. We have elected government, which is us, and the traditional leaders. The traditional leaders, since the dawn of human history, have evolved with modern society and formed a strong fabric of who we are as people to date. As government since 1994, we have designed a place in our democratic system for traditional leaders. Traditional leaders occupy the unique and most important positions. They are the closest leaders to our people in local government. When local councillors are not accessible, it is traditional leaders that take place and listen to the people. They are the custodians of our diverse cultures. The African National Congress, in view of its policy objective, is still committed to elevating and expanding the role of traditional leaders in our country. We appreciate the role they play and integrate them within the democratic fabric of our society is important. Our view is that traditional leaders must play a more active role to better the lives of our people. We have in the previous administration introduced the Customary Initiation Act, which aimed at providing for the effective regulations of customary initiation practice. However, recent reports suggest that the problem of death and mutilation of initiates continue, and that illegal initiations are still a practice and persist within cultural practice. These are matters all affecting the local government, and unless we fix these challenges, we will continue to battle to the challenges we see today. Honorable members, turning to local government, there are a few issues I want to focus on relating to municipal government, infrastructure maintenance, and financial management. In 2023, the Deputy President, Paul Machatile, convened a dialogue on local government at the University of the Western Cape. The dialogue involved political parties and civil society with an aim of finding ways to improve local government in South Africa. Since 2016, there has been a growing phenomenon in South Africa of coalition. At the times, in some councils, there is a party that becomes the key maker of behaving on as godly status. In his remarks, the DP noted the following on governance: opportunistic political behavior enabled by institutional loopholes, the lack of threshold for admissibility of a motion of no confidence, and the vulgarization and proceduralizations of the process that are not related considerations of ethics and competence, the monetizations of votes and seats in municipal governance, patronage, rent-seeking, and power play and relevance ganging up against incumbents. Many of municipalities that are dysfunctional we have visited during our oversight outreach shown signs of collapsing governance. Chiefly political infighting disturbs municipality ability to deliver service to people. The ANC government in the previous administration processed amendments to the Municipal Structures Act of 1998 to deal precisely with the frequency of motion of no confidence in municipalities. These amendments are going and are led by departments. We have and believe that once concluded, they will provide a framework for good governance and political stability in municipalities. Municipality also struggles within maintaining infrastructure, resulting in a massive revenue losses and impacting in the supply of water and energy. In this regard, it is important to emphasize the leveraging of skill building and capacity building in local government level. The dilapidating infrastructure creates problems such as rise of water mafias, for instance. Municipalities ought to work hand in hand with SETAs to source the skills they require to create internal capacity. Local government SETA must take a lead in this regard. Government spends billions of rands of SETAs. Therefore, the motto that municipalities lack requisite skills must be a thing of the past. The same must be approached to improve municipal audit outcomes. The recent audit outcomes on municipality are a concern, and have been a concern for years. Yet the people are at the receiving end of financial mismanagement. The Auditor General reported issues relating to interferences, and many municipalities spent over 40 billion on consultants and still receive bad audits. This is not because there are no qualified employees in the employ of these municipalities. This is a concern and points directly to the problem of the political will and moral will of some of the employees. To be in the employ of the public service means exactly that. You must serve. To serve requires and to work tirelessly with an understanding that they are working to restore dignity of the people. Honourable members, our oversight capacity as the NCOP must be alive to these challenges. There are certain questions we must begin to ask when they are uncomfortable. The problem we have cannot be blamed to political parties. In the past, it was a fashion to blame the ANC. Today, in many municipalities, the ANC does not govern alone or does not govern at all. Yet challenges have gotten worse. The ANC has continued to introduce different legislative intervention, and unless we, the people, do the right thing, all shall be worthless. Unless us, as members of the House, take serious accountability, be close to the people, we will not see improvement we need in local government. Khobo-khobo e ikgobakanyetsa, mme phatla-phatla wa iphatlaletsa.
Thank you, Honorable Mabebu. The next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Makamu, the MEC for Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Leaders Affairs in Limpopo. I think that's going to be on the visual platform.
Thanks, Honorable Chair of the House. It is correct that I will be debating through a virtual platform. To yourself, the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on COPTA, the Minister of the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Velinkosini Tlhabisa, to our two Deputy Ministers, Honorable Masimula and Prince Benson Namase, Honorable members of the NCOP, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is both an honor and profound responsibility to address this House during the budget vote 3 and 15 debates. I extend my gratitude to the people of South Africa for the opportunity to reflect on our progress towards delivering better life for all people of this country. This year's budget vote 3 is framed under the theme, every municipality must work. Limpopo province remains steadfast in this commitment to this vision. Last week, Honorable Chair, we participated in the Provincial Saga Human Capital Symposium, which focused on building agile, resilient systems for impact performance within our municipalities. This was not just a mere slogan, but to call for an action, a call to transform how we work, how we lead, and how we serve our communities. The state of our municipalities has got challenges and opportunities to look at. Local government is the heartbeat of service delivery, where policies meet the people. Yet we face significant challenges. Part of the challenges we're facing is skills gaps that delay projects, outdated systems that hinder efficiency, resistance to change that stifles innovations, poor performance culture that frustrates communities. At the symposium, we challenge attendees to do the following. 1, to commit to one change, identify and modernize one outdated, inefficient system within their municipality within a period of 6 months, to invest in people, prioritize training, mentorship, youth empowerment to secure the future of local government. To measure the impact, shift from tracking hours worked to evaluating outcomes. Are services faster? Are communities more satisfied? That is what we challenge. To the chairperson, this process aligns with the Parliament's oversight function, providing a transparent platform to present the departmental financial allocation and strategic direction for 2025-26 financial year. Municipalities remain the core face of service delivery. In Limpopo, all municipalities governed by the African National Congress are said to be stable, with functional councils. As of May 2025, municipal spending on the municipal infrastructure grants stand at 2.8 billion, representing 83.7% utilization. We commend municipalities that receive additional allocation for exceptional performance. The 2023-24 municipal audit outcomes, as opposed to what other members are saying here, in our province reflect progress towards good governance and prudent resource utilization. We celebrate Capricorn and Waterberg District Municipality for achieving unqualified audit outcomes without matters of emphasis. We also commend the 14 municipalities that obtained unqualified audit opinions with matters of emphasis. I must indicate that we are working very closely with Treasury to make sure that most of the municipalities who have been on unqualified audit opinions can graduate easily to a clean audit since they have been there for almost more than 5 years. The 2025 customary initiation season is underway. The department received 569 applications for winter and summer initiation schools, of which 529 were approved by the Provincial Initiation Coordinating Committee, led by Wosi Chawuk. Regrettably, 40 applications were declined due to non-compliance with Section 26 of the Customary Initiation Act number 2 of 2021. Key reasons for declining include pending litigation or court judgments, land jurisdiction disputes, leadership conflicts, incomplete documentation, traditional surgeons or caregivers with criminal records. In collaboration with the Department of Health, Education, SAPS, and the National NPA, we remain firm in enforcing the law that protects the integrity of this practice. On traditional affairs, as traditional leaders are the cornerstone of unity and social cohesion, their role in governance dates back in centuries, and they practice democracy even during apartheid. As President Cyril Ramaphosa affirmed during the SONA, we are committed to supporting this institution. Stable and peaceful royal families are essential to the reconstruction and development of our province. In conclusion, to the people of South Africa who rely on the Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs for services, we understand the challenge and the priorities. We commit of using the budget as allocated for human resource and the skills to meet your needs. And we are saying, as a province, we support the adoption of the budget as presented by Honorable Velikosini Shavisa. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. The next speaker on the platform is going to be Honorable Mashilo, the MEC for Kokta in Mpumalanga. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson, to the Honorable Minister of Kokta, Honorable Shabisa, Deputy Minister, Dr. Masemola, and Prince Ngamashe, Honorable members of the House, and my colleagues MECs, good afternoon. This debate takes place during the month affectionately known as Mandela Month, under the theme, "It is still in our hands to combat poverty and inequality." The United Nations declared the 18th July as Mandela Day. Mpumalanga Provincial Government welcomes the budget speech tabled by the Minister of Kokta which outlines the manner in which challenges and expectations within local government and traditional leaders will be addressed. We are honored to appear before this esteemed House. Our ongoing commitment to transparency and accountability before you reflects our dedication to good governance and building a better communities, which we are privileged to lead. Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs mandate is to regulate and support municipalities, ensuring that first step of democracy at this tier, the third tier of government, delivers on its promise of improving our people's quality life. We have conducted several performance assessment and subsequent engagement with municipalities to align them with improved performance, and is how we did it as a province. One is to deliver the services as follows. In the sequence of provide sustainable water and conservations, including infrastructure investments, the provincial government is primarily involved in ensuring that every district within the province is well catered through numerous bulk water infrastructure network. The biggest challenge we are facing is water leakages and maintenance from our municipalities, of which we are encouraging our municipalities to rectify the situation. We appreciate the intervention made by the Minister of Water and Sanitation. We have interacted with the board and we have resolved a number of outstanding issues, including the debts that municipalities were owing. Additionally, we have recently hosted the Minister of Electricity, Honorable Ramokgopa, regarding the municipal participation in the distribution agency agreement. These financial platforms, with a budget of about 4 billion, aims to enable municipalities to benefit from energy support program, ultimately mitigating the implications of electricity cost. However, we are still being challenged by what we regard as the low reductions in our municipalities. In addition, our department has undertaken efforts to replace asbestos roof in some parts of our province. I am glad that so far 329 houses have been replaced, and this year we've got a target of over 1,000 houses across the province. Revenue enhancement strategy. Our assessment of municipal financial viability have revealed significant challenges stemming from reduction of distribution losses in both electricity and water services. These challenges encompass technical losses such as infrastructure inefficiency and non-technical losses, including theft and billing errors. Consequently, municipalities are incurring substantial financial losses, which severely impact their cash flow and ability to provide these essential services sustainability. We are urging our Honorable Minister to ask the colleague at national level to support municipalities by paying the services that they've already enjoyed from the municipalities. We've noted in the province that some of national departments are not paying services as expected. In terms of the job evaluation and the performance management, we have stepped in as a department to guide municipalities by ensuring that the implementation of refined assessment of skills and knowledge evaluation are being taken care of, since our municipalities are still faced by these particular problems. Additionally, due to compliance on the signing of performance agreements for municipal managers and managers directly accountable to the municipal manager for the 2025-26 financial year, we now require the inclusion of risk management skills development as key performance areas. The aim is to promote more inclusive, good governance through informal risk management and skills development. Support to our traditional leaders and the Khoisan. It is worth reporting that the provincial department has appointed over 287 Izinduna across the province. The purpose is therefore to support the work of our traditional leaders across our traditional council and their jurisdiction. We have recently resolved some of the dispute around the traditional leaders in the province. We intend to conduct training for the newly appointed Izinduna that we have just recently appointed, so that they're in line of their function and they fully understand the work of the ITP and their responsibilities. In terms of the Izingom, in the province, we have received almost 460 applications, and we have since closed about 6 illegal schools in the province. And so far, the province we have done well, working with the Department of Health and Department of and the SAPS in closing those schools that are illegal. It is just unfortunately we had one fatality reported, and we're still waiting the response from the police in terms of exactly what happened. However, we must commend the schools that they went through without incident. The interventions performing municipalities, we have currently intervening in the commerce municipalities where we have put section 106(1)B, and we have recently put the forensic in that municipalities so that the municipalities can get the report of what exactly what transpired. Certainly tomorrow, I'll be in Kumasi to perform this particular responsibility in delivering the forensic team so that at the end of the day, we can recover whatever monies that could have been lost in the process. As a province, we have equally not immune from the disaster caused by the adverse weather conditions and field fire. However, we had a number of meetings with our municipalities in preparing for what we referred the winter season, where we might likely to have the field fire. In the past, we did have some field fire and have some incidents. Certainly, our municipalities are better planned for this coming winter seasons. In terms of the audit of our municipalities, we have now started the new financial year in our municipalities. Our municipalities now are ready to be audited, and indeed will be moving some of our municipalities from what we refer to as an unqualified to a clean audit. We had about 10 municipalities that have been under unqualified for the longest time. We believe this year we'll able to move them to be a clean audit. Honorable Chair and honorable members, the points I have just highlighted underscore our departmental critical regulatory and support role to our municipalities. We are deeply committed to this role and approach it with an unwavering enthusiasm, driven by our determination to achieve a better performing municipalities without fail. It is worth noting that in the coming days, our department will be hosting a provincial local government summit where we'll able to look with the stakeholders and the community society what are the major challenges that our municipalities are faced. This summit aims to bring together all these key stakeholders, including the municipal leadership as well as our traditional leaders, to work together, because number of our municipalities, land has been invaded in so claim called traditional leaders, and our assessment has confirmed over time that no traditional leaders have ever invaded land. There are people that they claim to be traditional leaders. That summit will assist us, and certainly we are confident we'll achieve this. From the province of Mpumalanga, Honorable Chair, we want to support the budget presented by the Honorable Minister, and we support him. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much indeed, MEC Masilo. Honourable members, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We now welcome Honourable Farmer to the podium, and he has 6 minutes to add to this debate. Honourable Farmer.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, fellow South Africans, I greet you in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, the God without whom we cannot succeed. I rise on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance in this critical debate. This is not just another budget vote, it's a test of our collective political conscience and our constitutional duty. Chairperson, the soul of any government lies in its ability to work cooperatively, efficiently, and ethically to deliver services to its people. But let's be honest with ourselves and with the South African public. Our cooperative governance system is broken. This is not a political exaggeration, it is a reality felt every day by millions of South Africans whose lives are crippled by collapsing municipalities, non-existent service delivery, and elected officials who are more loyal to party interest than the communities they sought to serve. We have 66 municipalities either under administration or identified as high risk. What does this budget do differently to turn the tide? What new mechanism exists to restore integrity, functionality, and fiscal discipline at the full coal face of service delivery? Because as it stands, South Africans are paying for government failure twice. First in the form of taxes and second in the form of potholes, power cuts, dry taps, and raw sewage. Chairperson, this budget vote must answer a central question. Will the people finally feel the fruits of democracy in their homes, streets, and communities, or will this be another recycled promise? Let's get to the heart of it. Why do we continue to reward municipalities that underspend, mismanage, and fail to comply with the most basic financial controls? Why are councillors not being removed or sanctioned for failing to convene public meetings or deliver updated ward-based development plans? Why in 2025 are we still debating water provision in places like Emandlangeni, Kopanong, and Ketleng River, where basic services have long collapsed? Chairperson, is not just about technical capacity, it's about political will, ethical leadership, and accountability. We can no longer allow the politics of deployment and factionalism to dictate who gets to run municipalities. The results are therefore to see dysfunction, decay, and despair. The Patriotic Alliance believes in practical, hands-on governance. We demand that 1, National Treasury ring-fence critical basic service funds in failing municipalities and set strict monetary conditions for disbursement. 2, performance-based budgeting becomes the standard. No performance, no payout. We need to professionalize local government, not politicize it. 3, skilled independent administrators, not recycled cadres, be deployed to take over non-functional municipalities with legislative backing and community oversight. 4, public participation must be restored and respected. Budgets must be co-created with communities, not imposed from the top down. 5, all provinces and municipalities must table forensic audits on irregularly wasteful and fruitless expenditure before more money is appropriated to them. Chairperson, we cannot sit here in Cape Town behind polished decks while the people of Khayelitsha, Mitchells Plain, Middelpos, and George are crying for toilets, roads, clinics, and electricity. Governance must be about the lived experience of the people, not the neat presentations in PowerPoints or annual reports. I want to share what the resident of Wallasdean said last week. We don't want miracles. We just want water in the taps, lights that stay on, and someone who actually shows up when the drains are blocked. This budget must speak to that woman, to that child, to that informal trader, to the unemployed graduate and the single mother. Chairperson, it is time to rebuild this country from the bottom up, municipality by municipality, ward by ward. We must take our cooperative governance model out of crisis mode and into community service mode. Let's be clear. If we don't fix local government, no amount of national development plans or presidential summits will matter. It all collapses if the ground is rotten. We must stop decorating failure with budget speeches. The Patriotic Alliance supports this budget only if it becomes a tool for reform, not a shield for mediocrity. Let this be the year we choose discipline over dysfunction, performance over patronage, and people over politics. Let us restore dignity, not just pass documents. Let's deliver services, not slogans. Salute.
Thank you very much, Honourable Farmer. Honourable members, we now invite to the podium the Deputy Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, the Honourable Masimola.
House Chairperson. A very good afternoon to members of the National Council of Provinces and as well as our Minister, Honorable Velinkosini Tlhabisa, Deputy Minister Ngamase, Honorable MECs present here, as well as the leadership of SALGA and fellow South Africans. It is an honor to rise in support of Budget Vote 3 for the Department of Cooperative Governance. This debate marks yet another step and signifies an advancement in the process of social transformation and an establishment of developmental state towards realizing the National Development Plan's goal of effective, accountable, and as well as service-oriented municipalities. The articulated policy trajectory towards greater integration, improved capacity, enhanced service delivery within the strong framework of intergovernmental relations. We continue to engage municipalities and stakeholders because a strong local government is essential for both service delivery, democratic participation, and as well as development of our country. Honorable House Chair, our theme, Every Municipality Must Work, reflects our commitment to addressing persistent challenges and ensuring local government drives development and prosperity. As the current local government term nears its end, we continue to assess the performance of municipalities to ascertain areas of support and intervention to ensure that they implement their constitutional mandate, mindful of the successive administrations and their positive leadership impact on the policies, models, and systems and the adopted plans of our municipalities, and in anticipation prepare a smooth transition in the course of national purpose. This budget, Chairperson, is crucial for resource allocations informed by a strategic plan to ensure operational efficiency and as well as impact. In fact, it is a synthesis of planned expenditure and available resources that is constantly influenced by external factors and internal adjustments to turn policy into impact and translate programs into beneficial activities for our communities. The programs listed in the appropriation of the department's account for areas that are going to be funded and committed for our realization. Honorable Chairperson, local government is a confluence of varied local interests, in fact, an intersection of relations of power, of governance, and as well as civic activism, a point where diverse perspectives converge, potentially leading to collaboration and shared outcomes, thus giving hope and confidence. The extent to which these complexities and intricacies sought to eclipse the character of these institutions in the service of the people could not be left unattended to. The Cabinet established Interministerial Committee is driving turnaround strategies in the targeted municipalities, focusing on the following, informed by range and threshold: reduction of ESCOM and water board's debt, enforcing financial recovery, fixing service delivery challenges, facilitating payment of departmental debts to municipalities, strengthening ward committees for heightened public participation, and similarly, we will continue to support the 39 municipalities that are under Section 39, Section 139, and as well as Section 154. Of course, as COCTA, we are leading the process, and through our collective leadership and collaborative efforts, we are impacting their situation. Honorable House Chair, the melancholic tidings regarded as facts about municipalities by those who generalize and articulate lack general appreciation of data, balance, and evidence, and coherence of logic. In fact, their statements lack dialectical reasoning and, in fact, a demonstration of grandiose delusion. Honorable Chairperson, the repositioning of the sector and primarily its system through the white paper policy review is fundamental in determining the policy horizon guiding transformation of local government in our country and bring fundamental changes in the management of the system. In this regard, we are on track given the large-scale engagement and broad consultations at various platforms. This budget
that we are considering today will enable the smooth development of this much anticipated policy outcome. Honorable Chairperson, working together with provincial departments of COCTA, we conducted oversight visits to 70 municipalities between the period of September 2024 and May 2025, bringing together departments like National Treasury, Water and Sanitation, Energy. We met with traditional leaders and as well as SALGA to drive accountability of municipalities and offer support within the context of the district development model. These visits are aimed at assessing service delivery, engaging municipal leadership, and identify challenges affecting communities as we are inspired by the necessity for action. Provision of basic services, Chairperson, like water, electricity, refuse collection, maintenance of sewer systems, better road safety in communities, engagement with other spheres of government to facilitate realization of the set national objectives remains our preoccupation. The disbursement to municipalities through this budget would continue to enable them to deliver services to their citizens and build the capacity so much required to lead and manage their affairs. Like His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of this country, Madamela Ramaphosa, once said, municipalities, as I close quote, must become both providers of social services and as well as facilitators of inclusive economic growth, close quote. Through this nationwide outreach, Chairperson, we reaffirmed our commitment to strengthening local government and making every municipality work. The budget will enable us to continue to work and provide the much needed support and intervention in the identified areas. In the Eastern Cape, we engaged municipalities in Krizani and as well as Amatolo district, including Buffalo City and Magana. In the Free State, we visited districts in Thabo Mofutshanyana and as well as Putswa. Northern Cape, we went to ZF district and as well as Pix Isakaseme. In Mpumalanga, we're in Garisibande. In Northwest, we went to Ngakamujirimlema. In Limpopo, we're in Mopani and as well as Kukune. In KwaZulu-Natal, we focused on Sunduzi local municipality, amongst other institutions that we have interacted with. This budget, therefore, as we are considering today, Honorable Chairperson, will enable us to take this process forward as we position and sharpen municipal systems for improved performance. Through our collective leadership, working together with honorable MECs in all provinces, there is nothing insurmountable. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank them for their focused attention in ensuring efficacy and productiveness of the system. As Che Guevara once said in this regard, I open quote, passion is needed for any great work, and for the revolution, passion and audacity is required in big doses, close quote. This visits, Chairperson, allowed us to gain first-hand information or insight into both the persistent challenges and the inventive pursuits of efforts in response to the identified challenges. We remain committed to deepening of ethical, moral, and values-based leadership to address malfeasance and malversation and negate any manifestation of whatever kind. Chairperson, despite the commitment of many municipal officials and provision of leadership and oversight by many councillors, several recurring challenges were noted across the board relating to financial management problems, infrastructure backlog, political instability, vacant critical posts, inadequate community engagement. These issues, amongst others, remain top on our plan for support and intervention as the overarching law of the Republic enjoins us to do. And we're going to continue to make sure that we enforce accountability and sharpen instruments of accountability ecosystem, build capacity, invest in infrastructure, stabilize leadership, improve public participation. And given the above-mentioned areas of need, the continuous attention, it is very clear that other alternatives should be explored. Hence, our joint endeavors with some universities, research institutions, and the Department of Science, Technology, and Innovation to introduce technology and build capacity for innovation as unavoidable options in handling municipal affairs. This budget will enable us to advance this program and related programs included in our annual plan. We support this budget, Chairperson, and we ask for the House to agree with us as we are presenting it today.
Thank you
so
very much, Deputy Minister Masimola. Members, we turn to the online platform now. This is the turn of the SADC representative for today. It's Councillor Mokhoje. Councillor Mokhoje, you have 10 minutes. Councillor Mokhoje, are you online and available?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, MECs present, esteemed members of the National Council of Provinces, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. House Chair, I extend my heartfelt greetings to this distinguished audience. As we enter the autumn of the current term of local government, the sector finds itself at a precipice. The inherent challenges plaguing many municipalities call for drastic reforms to ensure the attainment of developmental local government. As the closest spheres of government to the citizenry, local government impacts the quality of life of all citizens. The review of the white paper on local government provides an opportunity to reimagine local government drawing on lessons from the past 27 years since the advent of the white paper. Robert W. Fleck correctly stated that, open quote, local government is the foundation of democracy. If it fails, democracy will fail, close quote. We dare not fail. Economic disparities and differences in the social, demographic, and spatial profiles of municipality correlate with the inability of municipalities to provide adequate services to their citizens. These structural constraints tend to further impact municipal challenges such as poor governance and accountability, ineffective financial management, corruption, high vacancy rates in senior management posts, technical skills challenges, poor planning skills, and ineffective internal controls. The plethora of challenges calls on all of us to support and capacitate municipalities in a coordinated manner to address these challenges. It is of a critical importance that the system of corporate governance continuously operates in ways that result in better coordination and integrated planning, budgeting, and service delivery within and across spheres of government, not only to promote sustainable community development, but also to create a better life for all the citizens of our country. It is worth noting that the budget constraints affecting all of us require us to do more with less. This will require cutting our inefficiencies and collaborating better. The department's strategic plan and annual performance plan focus on institutional reforms, regulatory compliance, and infrastructure development in municipalities. As organized local government, we have identified that an institutional culture that does not facilitate for good governance practices inculcates a culture of impunity. To address this, it will require a dedicated focus on enabling municipalities that are struggling to drive towards culture change and adopt good governance practices. With the constrained financial allocation, the limited grants that are available need to be utilized for effective service delivery. Chair, the Auditor General of South Africa, Tsakani Maluleka, in the 2023-2024 MFMA Consolidated Report, identified the following: 38 municipalities achieving clean audit, a slight improvement on the previous year. However, the 112 municipalities received qualified, adverse, or disclaimed opinions, indicating serious financial reporting and compliance issues. Disclaimed opinions where auditors could not obtain sufficient evidence remain a major concern in several provinces. Many municipalities have failed to deliver basic services such as water, sanitation, and road maintenance. Poor infrastructure planning and maintenance are cited as key contributors to service delivery backlogs. Irregular expenditure totaled over 20 billion, with some municipalities not investigating or addressing these issues. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure increased, often due to interest and penalties on late payments to ESCOM and water boards. The AGSA issued material irregularity notification to several municipalities, including the following cases: unlawful contracts, misuse of public funds, failure to collect revenue. Many municipalities have failed to take appropriate corrective action. Weak internal controls, poor leadership, and lack of consequence management were the recurring themes. Political instability and frequent changes in leadership have disrupted governance and financial oversight. Municipalities with clean audits have the following characteristics: stable leadership, strong internal controls, ethical and accountable governance, effective use of consultants, and the skilled staff. Drawing from the above, SALGA Municipal Audit Support Program focused on providing support to municipality through workshop training and hands-on support. SALGA hosted a workshop on oversight, accountability, and consequence management. This session targeted municipal leadership and finance teams to address the recurring audit issues. SALGA closely monitored the 2023-2024 audit outcomes, noting the following: 45% still fail acceptable standards, with issues such as non-submission of financial statements, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, lack of consequence management. Further attention and support will be provided to municipalities to address these governance failures in the quest to turn around municipalities and the sector. Ethical leadership in paramount. To crystallize the importance of the leadership, Dr. Riol J. Koza states, open quotes, to put unethical leaders in sharper's focus, it may be helpful to construct it with ethical leadership, close quote. Ethical leaders strive to put their followers' needs and aspirations before their own. They derive satisfaction and edification from being of service to the followers. Unethical leaders, misleaders do not. They tend to be self-serving and self-indulgent. Ethical leaders exemplify such wholesome virtues as integrity, empathy, courage, and temperance. Unethical leaders do not. Ethical leaders lead in the interest of the common or greater good. In politics, they serve the national interest, and in business, the overall organization interest. Unethical leaders simply do not. As we traverse the path towards the local government election, political parties are enjoined to put forward credible, ethical, and capacitated leaders who will carry the baton forward. Corruption continues to be a concern in local government and is often described as a cancer eating away at the moral fiber of our society. As former President Thabo Mbeki outlined, open quote, we have a continuing responsibility to root out corruption from the public sector. This is a critical factor in our struggle to achieve the goal of good governance. In the context of our efforts to build a new democratic state, we address this matter in the context of the moral renewal of our society, close quote. The road towards clean and good governance will not be an easy road to travel, but with all hands on deck, good governance will be part of our everyday governance processes. House Chair, to ensure that municipalities are fit for purpose and can fulfill their developmental mandate, SALGA requires the support of all social partners to support the journey ahead. Over the next year or so, significant and transformative proposals and programs are in the pipeline. We must ensure that the opportunities that lies ahead do not become lost opportunities. Rather, they ignite the hopes and aspiration of all citizens for a better life. SALGA supports the minister's budget vote. Finally, in closing, I will close with this quote by the late President Nelson Mandela, open quote, "I have taken a moment here to rest, to steal a view of the glorious vista that surrounds me, to look back on the distance I have come, but I can only rest for a moment, for with the freedom come responsibilities, and I dare not linger, for my long walk, it's not ended." Close quote. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mokhoje. Honourable members, we return to the chamber, and it's now the turn of the Honourable Peter. Honourable Peter, 6 minutes.
Mandikhahlele kuwe sihlalo walendlu. Mphathi wohlelo ohloniphekileyo nakwizikhakamela zalendlu yowisomthetho nakubaphathiswa belisebe nditsho ndithi latshona ilanga imini mawethu iinkomo zisemadlelweni. Mandityeneneze ndichubele umphakathi esisikhwebu ndixolise kuMzantsi Afrika uphela ngolu lwimi lwesintu endiza kulisebenzisa apha namhlanje. Olu hlahlo lwabiwo-mali lwandlalelwa apha namhlanje lwandlalelwa kwintsunguzi, kumnyama, oorhulumente basemakhaya basimame ngamadolo, urhulumente kazwelonke umpampatha icuba ebumnyameni. Lufika olu hlahlo lwabiwo-mali kwixesha lobunzima apho abemi beli lizwe loMzantsi Afrika bejongene ngqo nomcelimngeni loqhwalelo loorhulumente basemakhaya jikelele. Umzekelo, iindlela ezingahambekekiyo, ukuthwalisa kwabemi beli uxanduva lokuhlawula iinkonzo zamanzi ngokungenalusini, apho ityala lixhome ngendlela engeyiyo, ukuphuphuma komphutha nezindlu ezingahlali bantu apho izigilamkhuba zihlala khona, ubulawo lwabemi beli lizwe bengayolelanga, nokuphuncuka kwenqawa kurhulumente isemlonyeni. Nangona isebe lona liqhubekeka ukuthulula izigidigidi zemali koomasipala apho kungekho ziseko zesikhokelo zokwazi ukusa iinkonzo kubemi boMzantsi Afrika. Ingxenye yohlahlo lwabiwo-mali lwesebe lusiwa koomasipala noxa nje isibonelelo simahala. Konke oku kufana nokugalela amanzi kwithunga elivuzayo kuba alukho uhlolo olululo. Ngomnyaka ka-2023-2024 kwiziphumo zohlolo lwathi koomasipala abangama-257 kuzwelonke, 41 kuphela abaqhwatyelwa izandla, 7 kubo banikwa ingqwalasela yentandabuzo, 14 lwanikwa ukungawenzi ngendlela umsebenzi nokungabikho kwengxelo epicothweyo, 71 lwanikwa ungenzi kakuhle kwizimali nokungabikho kwengxelo yezimali noxa nje isebe beliyithululile imali koovimba boomasipala. 41 lwaphantsi kolawulo lwephondo ngenxa yokungakwazi ngokupheleleyo ukulawula. 66 bachazwa ngokufana nento engekhoyo. 3 safumana ingxelo yokungaqhubi kakuhle kwaza ke omnye wafumana ingxelo yokuziphatha ngendlela eyiyo. eRhini eGrahamstown 83% yeziseko zemaqongo kwanemali yesibonelelo yaphindela kumphathi zimali ngenxa yongakwazi ukusebenzisa
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
13% kuphela eyasetyenziswayo kwi-123 million zerandi. Xa kunjena kwisirhulumento ingaba ayikokuwa korhulumente na? Xa ke ngoku singena kuyipasisa le budget ingaba myalezo mni na esiwuthumela kulo rhulumente? Sivumi na ukuba makasele esiwa na? Nxe mawethu akulahlwa mbeleko ngakufelwa masiwagawulwe siwarhuqa qulani makwedini e-GNU inkqayi iqala ngentlontlho ukuzama ukuhlangula uMzantsi Afrika karholihlahla Nelson Mandela. Enkosi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Peter. Thank you, Honourable Members. Honourable Members, next at the podium will be the Honourable Billy from KwaZulu-Natal. Honourable Billy.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, the Honourable House Chair, the members of this Council, the ministers, and the Minister and the Deputy Minister who are here. I think, Chairperson, before I get directly into my speech, I do want to say that while Honourable Mabibo wants us to ignore all the failures and the years of neglect of the ANC in many municipalities, I think it would be irresponsible of us to not deal with that so that we could be able to constructively deal with the issues that we have to deal with as a result of years of failure and years of neglect in many municipalities that have been governed by the ANC. Now, Honourable Chairperson, the 2024 elections were not just a political moment. They were a constitutional reset. South Africans across race, class, and geography pressed the reset button on governance.
Honourable Billy, please take your seat. Yes, what's your point of order?
I was just asking, can an honourable member take a question?
Honourable Billy, would you be prepared to take a question?
No.
No, he is not prepared. Thanks. Please take your seat, Honourable Member. Honourable Billy, please continue with your speech.
Chairperson, as I was saying, that it was not just a constitutional reset, what we saw in the previous elections. South Africans across race, class, and geography pressed the reset button on governance. They demanded change, and in 2026, they will press that button again, this time in municipalities. Minister, history has placed you at the head of this transition, or the heart of this transition. You have an opportunity and responsibility, an opportunity to clean up the failures of the past, a responsibility to restore credibility to the very institutions meant to deliver services and dignity to our people. But time is running out, Minister. Our municipalities are not just underperforming, they are collapsing. From Enoch Gijima in the Eastern Cape to Mfuleni in Gauteng to Msunduzo, Pongola, Echozeni in KwaZulu-Natal, municipalities are failing to plan, failing to spend their budgets, and in the process failing our people. This is maladministration and malfeasance, and there must be consequences. The municipalities and its leaders must be punished. In Chozini, Honourable Minister, a matter that I know that it has come to your attention, municipal staff were not paid salaries for the month of June just recently. But more than that, municipalities are riddled with dysfunction. There's raw sewage running through our townships. Refuse is not being collected. Budgets are being hijacked. Infrastructure is vandalized and abandoned. And all of those need an urgent attention, Minister. We are staring into the abyss of municipal anarchy. And unless your department acts with urgency and boldness, that abyss will swallow service delivery in this country. Chairperson, I have been a councillor in eThekwini. I know firsthand what happens when corruption becomes the operating model. eThekwini spends over 2.5 billion, just to give you an example, to keep its streets clean, Honourable Minister. Yet refuse piles up, tenders are looted, and communities are left in filth. Johannesburg, on the other hand, spends even more, 3.3 billion a year on refuse collection. And the president has called it the filthiest city in the country. Cape Town, on the other hand, spends an estimated 1.5 billion. But you can see what's going on here. You can draw the comparison. Why? Why all of this, Minister? Because in the DA-run municipalities, governance is taken seriously. Not because they are perfect, as Honorable Badenost has said, but because they are accountable, because there are consequences, because they don't treat public funds as if it's their own. The DA is showing what is possible. In the Western Cape, procurement is digitized, transparent, and traceable. Now, Honorable Minister, in the province that I come from, in KwaZulu-Natal, under the Premier of Tamintuli, your colleague, and the DA's MEC, Francois Rogers, all provincial tenders are now open to the public. Now, that's real reform, Minister. That's a political courage. I must use this opportunity to congratulate the province of KwaZulu-Natal and the provincial government in its entirety. Minister, we need that courage from your department too. We call on you to track and publicly report all deviations, as this is being exploited by wrongdoers. It's what's happening in the city of eThekwini. If you look at all the wrongdoing, it mainly comes from Section 36, which is an emergency procurement. Happens mostly with waste collections. Billions are looted there. Want you to establish a national procurement oversight protocol, ensure consequence management for officials who enable theft, support provinces introducing e-procurement platforms. And if COCTA cannot enforce accountability, then it becomes complicit in this chaos. Honorable Chairperson, we also note that the 493 million indirect MIG funding for distressed municipalities, but of course, we ask ourselves if those funds will be monitored or simply disappear like smoke. As my honorable colleague has indicated, the department's plan to review the local government funding model is not the solution. But the municipal infrastructure grant and the MSIG must be spent efficiently and transparently. We therefore demand, Minister, clarity on the municipal debt relief framework in Umsunduzi and other municipalities. ESCOM and Water Board debt threaten basic services. This cannot wait for another committee. People are already in the dark. When it comes to traditional affairs, this winter marks the start of initiation season, particularly in the Eastern Cape. Thousands of young boys will enter into sacred rites of passage, but many do not return. Each year we lose lives in unregulated, illegal, and dangerous initiation schools. Minister, you must act. You must ask, is the Customary Initiation Act being implemented fully? Are there enough inspectors being funding medical personnel and so on? Is the department supporting cultural rights or merely responding to deaths? This is not just safety, Minister. It's about dignity and protection of our heritage. Chairperson, our traditional leaders are not just custodians of culture. They are anchors of stability, and justice, and community coherence. Yet they are often politicized, underfunded, and undermined. We have seen conflicts in royal households, including the Zulu monarchy, spiral into public space and even violence. Why? Because Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act of 2019 is silent and outdated in succession dispute and in conclusion, Honorable Minister, traditional leaders must be supported not to secure political endorsements, but preserve social harmony and cultural legacy. Let this not just be another debate. Let this be a decisive turning point where we no longer just condemn corruption, but crush it, where we don't just honor traditional leaders in speeches, but empower them in law and in budget. Let us truly reset our municipalities and preserve our traditions. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Billy. Thank you, members. Ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, while we do encourage visitors, please, we do ask you not to interrupt the proceedings downstairs, and the flashing lights on the telephone are very distracting for members both at the podium and from the chair, so if I can ask you to please keep your phone under control. Honourable members, moving on, the next debater at the podium is the Honourable Molokome.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to the Minister and Deputy Ministers in the House, our MECs on the platform, honorable members, and Salga. Chairperson, you know, today's topic or budget vote as the ANC, we fully support it because we know the importance of why, as the ANC, we are supporting the very same budget, because it talks to the issues that affect our people on a daily basis. And maybe to emphasize that in our committee, select committee, members who are standing here, they have an ample time to ask questions, and the ministers, they are always present in our meetings. And also, if they are not there, the officials are there to provide members with the questions that they are asking. So I'm very much disturbed when I hear members not supporting the very same budget, and they need accountability from the very same ministers that are here to give us a clarity on whatever issues that we are faced with. So, so I'm a bit disturbed, because if you need accountability and you don't support the budget, what do you expect? Does it mean we are saying our people don't deserve to be provided with service delivery that we are talking about as members in the House? Chairperson, the ANC government, they came up with so many initiatives that speaks to the challenges that our people are faced with. And we acknowledge that there are some shortfalls, and our people are always raising these issues with us as government. That is why the president launched the DDM that was piloted in Waterberg district. And also, this is a one plan, one budget that affords the three spheres of government to work together, so that when we are faced with all these challenges, all the department, national department, provincial department, and local are there to deal with the issues that are faced with. My DA colleagues are raising this issue of them or taking over, or the coalition issues when coming to the municipalities. I just want to refer members to Limpopo in Waterberg district, where especially in Modimolle, Mokopong, and Tabazimbi, where the DA was governing. You must go and read the history. What was really happening? There was no service delivery. There was nothing there. Until as the ANC we take over, is then when our people started to see changes. Even my colleague there, you know, you were a mayor for 3 months. You know how difficult was it to be a mayor, and you know. So I just want to remind members, so that when you are aching so much to say you'll take over, it's not an easy thing to do that. But as the ANC government, we had to make sure that yeah, they do. So the AG report, as the committee, we had an opportunity to engage with the AG, and she raised so many questions and challenges that municipalities are faced with in terms of the outcomes of the audit outcomes. And we know that we had municipalities that were receiving the disclaimers. And when she reported to us, she had indicated that there's an improvement when coming to that, and they are giving support to our municipalities so that they can have the better result when coming to addressing those issues that are faced by those municipalities. And we also want to congratulate and acknowledge the municipalities that received the clean audit and also the unqualified audit opinions, and Waterberg District and I think it's Capricorn municipality they've received, and other municipalities they've received the clean audit. Waterberg, I'm the former speaker of Waterberg District. We are known as the clean audit municipality, and I'm glad that they've received that again. So, and those municipalities that received the unqualified audit opinion, there's a clear indication on how best to address the issues raised by the Auditor General. And we are sure that in our next year, these municipalities can even get the clean audit that we want them to achieve. And also the SALGA. SALGA is also advocating for municipalities so that when they have these challenges and the issue of capacity building of councillors, the issue of your public participations, the issue, I know that they are also advocating for the traditional leaders for their participation in councils, because the one issue that they raised sharply with us government is to allow the traditional leaders to have the voting rights in councils, because they are participating but they don't have voting rights. So that's one of the issues that SALGA is also advocating, and we really appreciate the good job that SALGA is doing to support our municipalities. So Honorable Mabibo, thanks for outlining the good job that the ANC government is doing, especially because I know that you are representing the traditional leaders, so we appreciate that. I know that Honorable Billy has attacked you on that, but we really appreciate what you have given us here and the importance of the traditional leaders in our society, more so that we are heading to the initiation period. And we know this is well monitored, and our minister, you have indicated that sharply in the committee to give support, and also the those schools that are not registered. I know that you are monitoring that closely so that we reduce the death cases that we are having as the department. And I know that you are working hand in hand with the provinces, and the statistics we do have, and the department has promised that they'll provide us with those statistics. You know, the 30-year, we are celebrating 30 or 31-year democracy. And the question is, where do we come from as South Africans? Obviously, there was a party that was governing before we took over in 1994. And we are trying to deal with those policies that were really not giving blacks in particular the opportunity for quality and job opportunities. And here, we as the ANC, we are blamed that we are not doing well as the government, and we are trying to redo or to change the policies that were made in that apartheid era. So I think we are doing much better now. If we can compare the 30-year period that as South Africa, what we have achieved, and go to the neighboring countries and compare what we have achieved as South Africa and those neighboring countries, you will see that as South Africa, we are really doing much better. Compare their towns and our towns, they have the service delivery is there, and you can point out that really we are trying to push and we are trying to make progress in terms of the service delivery and other issues that honorable members were raising here. The issue of the homelands and Bantustans that were dealt with in the previous laws. I think the SPLUMA is dealing with that issue because we don't want our people to be given sites where there's floods areas and all those challenges, because we know that if we can allocate them stands where there's floods, later on they come back to say they need the municipality to help when coming to that. So our traditional leaders are capacitated in terms of the SPLUMA and how it can assist when coming to the issue of traditional leaders. As we truly reflect on what the ANC government has done so far, we are yet to improve service delivery in municipalities by developing resources through municipal support infrastructure agency. Agent is not on the ground to upskill municipality with the skills around civil engineering, electrical engineering, town planning, and other technical skills. Statistics SA released its report titled The State of Basic Service Delivery in South Africa, analysis of Census 22 data. It claimed the majority of houses in the country have, houses in the country have access to pipe water, used flushed toilet, receive removal services, and have access to electricity. As a constitutional obligation, local government is the driving force behind basic service delivery. It's responsible for providing necessary service while also fostering development by channeling economic resources to improve the lives of all inhabitants. While local government frequently provides those services directly, they also collaborate with community organizations or commercial entities through contract or privatization. It is thus ANC-led government emphasizes the upliftment of the special economic zone, which is one of the most successful public-private partnership government can pride itself with. And here we have an example of the SCZ that is happening in Limpopo, I think in Musina and also in Sikukuni area, where these initiatives are taking place. The ANC resolution on special economic zone is yielding good results. Stats SA 2025 released the Kwega Special Economic Zone continues to demonstrate strong economic growth with the total income of 25 million in 2024, reflecting a significant increase of 32.2 from the record in 2023. The latest survey conducted by Statistics South Africa highlighted that the SEZ is continued role in driving investment, empowerment, and industrial development in the region. The essence of the strategy is to attract investment where people live, drive entrepreneurial activities, and build the local economy through attracting multinational corporates in local government. Indeed, it is a good story to tell. Honorable members, although progress has been made, not all is well in our local government. The overview report of the state of local government in South Africa highlighted a decided set of failure due to structural, governance, and capacity issues. The research identified service delivery and governance issues as a priority area that align with the government's developmental challenges. It must be noted with great relief that the DDM that I've already mentioned, as introduced by the President, was first piloted in Waterberg, and I think I've already touched on that, to deal with the issue of inequality. I mean, to fight triple challenges, which is the inequality, poverty, and unemployment. On this note, the South African local government, which is SALGA, is also taking part in making sure that the DDM is well piloted in all the provinces that the President has started with. The honorable members, South Africa has undergone significant legislative reform since 1994 to address the socio-political and economic concerns. The legal amendments were prompted by the need to address poverty, racial inequality, unemployment, and reform a bureaucracy that has designed to serve only the minority in South Africa. South Africa towns must strive to strike a compromise between addressing certain, like the house blockage under the Reconciliation and Development Program, and protecting the environment. Regulation enacted to evaluate the enormous poverty and injustice inflicted on people by the previous administration have harmed the environment. And when I conclude, Chair, we do have challenges with also the migration, but the good part is that we had the minister this morning addressing this issue of housing, and I think it's going to be debated also, because people are just migrating in our towns to look for the job opportunities so that they are able to provide for themselves. So this issue also was debated in the committee this morning, and I think it will be addressed with honorable members when this debate is coming through. So the ANC is supporting these two budget votes, Honorable Chair, which is vote 3 and vote 15. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Molokome. Honourable members, it's now my pleasure to invite the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Minister, the Honourable Hlabisa, to return to the microphone and close the debate. Minister, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. On behalf of the Ministry, I want to welcome and appreciate the inputs made by honorable members of this House. We agree on areas where our focus must be in order to introduce measures to strengthen the efficient functioning of the municipalities. For instance, we share a common view. Many municipalities, there is over-reliance on consultants, most of them with negative audit outcomes at the end of the day. The lack of consequence management, transparency, and accountability is an area that we will focus on during the 7th administration. On Friday, the coming Friday, we are having our meeting with all the MECs. One of the main items in the agenda is the municipalities that consistently adopt unfunded budgets. We need to draw a line and bring this to an end because it shouldn't be the case. In addressing the issues raised by the Auditor General, we have made a great improvement in this area because we have agreed on a 10-by-10 team composed of 9 MECs and the Minister, plus 9 counterpart heads and the Auditor General on the side of the auditing team, where we will meet from time to time throughout the year, making follow up on issues raised by the Auditor General and monitoring whether the municipalities are ensuring that those issues are being followed at. It is interesting that we all speak with one voice when it comes to the white paper on local government review. We want to assure this House we will deliver a credible product in March next year as we are embarked on a wide consultation to ensure that everybody is involved. I do agree that some of our municipalities return money on meek. Yes, it is a question of capacity, but also the funding model needs to be revisited because from a historical point of view, there are municipalities which has been disadvantaged in the past where the allocation should address that scenario as we are looking at the functionality of our municipalities. The allocation or money that is given to our municipalities as disaster relief is going to be followed up. We allocated about 2.3 billion in March. The municipalities are being followed to make reports. On Monday next week, we are going to release a second tranche to our municipalities, and a third tranche will be done in August to address the catastrophe of Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal. But there will be one condition that we will do. A municipality that failed to account with the previous tranche will hardly receive the following tranche. We will rather look for alternative ways to get services going to those municipalities other than giving them the money if they have not accounted with that money. I'm happy in terms of DDM model. DDM is a concept of one budget, one plan. Stop working in silos. I'm happy, Honorable Chair. COCTA has made a great progress in agreeing with the Democratic Alliance to come on board. Very soon, we will release the concept with some changes in terms of terminologies where we will all be on board. To honorable members from EFF and MK, all what you want to see happening depends on you supporting the budget. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honourable members, That concludes the debate, and I'd like to thank the Minister and the Deputy Ministers, along with the permanent delegates, the MECs, all special delegates and SALGA representatives for availing themselves for the sitting. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank our excellent Secretariat and table staff, as well as the officials and support staff that make all of our sittings possible. Honourable members, that concludes the business of the day, and the House is adjourned. Thank you.
Recording stopped.